gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses, we ain't got time for no excuses. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. Young nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zone. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never change out my niggas from potters. Honest, I've been feeling golly. You get in my way, then you leave me no option. Niggas thinking this a race, till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost, then we pull off in a race. Competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition. You niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippin. Or Rodman when he was with Pistons. You blondie, you lying about all of your visions. Your paper be short like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits. And now I just focus my visions. I had to distance myself from some people cause they just be holding you back. I wasted some time, I never get back. Like why I do that? You niggas be bitching, it's just to be seen and put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check and get it right back.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition.
Gamer boy, gamer boy, gamer boy, gamer boy.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. So y'all ready to go? I need you boy types of hype for the black block. It's about to be the blackout, followed by our program. And I am here to show my foot all the way up people's asses neck. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Things get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're all crowded round. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Wow. That eats your heart out, girl. Hands off the merchandise. just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to a special edition of the Blackout. I am your host with the most from the East Coast. And as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. You guys are getting double audio. I don't know what that's about. Let's see. You're probably in gather. Let me see.
Hey, man!
Check.
This makes sense!
I'm not hearing double audio. Anyway, I'm here with Uncle Bobby. Uncle Bobby, you hearing double audio? How's your sound? You can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I had to meet you. I was worried about where that double audio was coming from.
Got you. Terrible. Absolutely terrible.
France lost. Why are you pulling for France?
Cajun.
Cajun
blood.
Okay. Well,
and fuck Messi. I prayed for him to have stub-toed and blurred vision. Didn't work out. Argentina won, and now my heart is filled with hate. I'm ready to do a show. Yay.
Oh, he was in gather. That's why I heard double audio. Okay. You had me nervous here. All right. Appreciate everybody. Listen, Uncle Bobby, we have a ton of new viewers because Derek from Mythvision was crazy enough to call me up out of nowhere yesterday.
Outstanding.
And just be like, hey, man, do you want to do it live? And I'm like, yeah, sure, let's do it live. So we've got a lot of new viewers. And,
all right. Hello, everybody.
I want all of them who are unfamiliar to go subscribe to Gin and Truth on YouTube right now. Right now. The link is in the description. Now tell them when they go over to Gin and Truth on YouTube, what are they going to find there?
They're going to find a drunk, anger-filled Cajun who just so happens to be a little bit on the opinionated side. You don't have to like what I say, but it's nothing but the actual factuals.
That's right.
I crush religion, politics, social issues. My co-star's in my lap. A blind, deaf, toothless Bichon Frise. And I'm never without
Gin.
my liquid motivation. Absolutely.
That's why we call it Gin and Truth.
Without the motherfucking gin.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get into today's show. Some of the Gin and Truth viewers are new. Some of the people over from Mythvision podcast. Also, Derek, thank you so much for coming through. So we're going to go ahead and show y'all our communion ritual, and y'all got to act like you know, because, of course, atheists do it better. And I'm about to demonstrate that we even do communion better. Because for us, we have sacraments. And those sacraments, what else should the sacraments be? Sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
You got it all the way covered.
I mean, hang on, let me put the little command in there. All right, folks, so we're going to show you how we do our communion ritual. We do this every day. It's a ton of fun. So what you do is you got to get your glass filled right there. All right? You got to get a firm grip on that bitch. And then you hold it all the way up in the air.
So we say, please raise your glasses and hang on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who fight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink.
Let's do it. Delicious.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Bobby, check out Hot Fish Land, bro.
Try it.
Touchdown, baby.
Oh, man. Holy shit.
You feel the spirit? You feel the spirit?
I would have known that you had those. I have my name. But when you were raised in a black church, everyone had a fucking tambourine.
Exactly. You gotta break out the
Everyone
tambourine.
had a tambourine. And no one was more excited than when they had their brand new tambourine given to them.
Absolutely.
Not that you ever went to any choir or music rehearsal, but you just cranked it along. It was like, this is ridiculous.
To be honest, that's how I got started with drums. They would put me in the front by the drummer, and they'd give you the cowbell and that one half broken drumstick, and you just sitting there, you know, trying to get with the drummer. And that kid's got to be so fucking obnoxious. And I remember I actually had the privilege of playing drums at my grandfather's church. Which is where that happened to me. It's like where I first got the bug, got exposed to, oh shit, that drummer's making it rock on Sunday morning. I got to do that. But I remember, you know, I'd have the little boy and I'd see him in church. I'd be like, all right, look, you got to sit here. I had to perpetuate. I had to pay it forward. You know what I'm saying? I had to hook up the next little boy sitting in the front row. All right, look, folks, that was our communion hymn. We also have a communion song. We do this at the beginning of our streams. It allows everybody some time to show up to the stream so they're not missing the big discussion. It also allows everybody to just come in, say hi, fellowship. We treat it very much like a real church. You don't go to church and then the pastor just gets up there and just jumps straight into the sermon. No, you fellowship, you greet your neighbors, you listen to a little music. So we're going to go with our Cheers theme song. It's kind of our like community theme song, and we take a lot of pride in being that community where everybody actually knows your name.
In Dublin, and he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Uncle Bobby, I'm going to show you the performance.
Foy Dance, take it away.
So you can check it out.
Let's hit it.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got.
You can't hear right now?
I cannot. I've seen his video before, and I love it.
Let's do this.
I love it.
You can hear it now.
There we go.
Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away?
You remember this show?
Oh, God.
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel on the countered by its tail. You say fiance didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Alright, I got AR first, $1 million pocket change.
And you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead.
Look at the
morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. your girlfriend says she's not a girl,
that could be a problem.
be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came.
All right, let's get somebody's names in. I see Melody Joy. And look at the trees over on Uncle Bobby's channel.
You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Look at the trees, Melody Joy, KCA Randy, Mythvision Podcast. Lena's in the house, AR is in the house.
You wanna go where everybody
Cameron Bennett came through, Pragmatic Crystal. Appreciate every last one of y'all. And everybody that's out there watching along, you know, we got to stop treating lurking like it's some kind of dirty word or something, man. We're happy people that are out there on YouTube long. Yeah, man, I'm glad you like that one. All right, folks, we're in the cafe. The link is pinned over on Pocket Locker 86. So if you want to call in and join us, you can. So Uncle Bobby, let's get right into it, man.
Let's do it.
Hit us with the line.
Gang, let's jump into this shit.
All right, let's go. Here's what I want to talk about today, man. It's this idea of the YouTube marketplace of ideas. So Dr. Fauci is getting ready to make some sort of career transition. I think he's retiring from his current post and going into some combination of teaching and public service, inspiring the next generation to go into public health, blah, 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 blah. But on his way out, he was sort of saying that, you know, a big part of the problem with what he's seeing right now, and he actually comes up on your stream a bit, right? Because people are always taking shots at him on the right, and then you find yourself me having to defend Fauci, like as if I woke up wanting to defend some kind of medical doctor. But you're like, remember not dying of Ebola, SARS, MERS? That was Fauci at work. But what he said was, Twitter is a cesspool of disinformation. And anybody remembers that Johnny Cochran line that he said during the O.J. Simpson trial, Johnny Cochran said that the Los Angeles Police Department's crime lab was a cesspool of contamination, right? That was a big line in that trial. So every time I hear the word cesspool, I remember even in college, I was writing a paper about something I seriously disagreed with, and I remember saying that the thing I was writing about was a cesspool of rhetorical contamination. Anyway, cesspool is a good word. That's your word of the day.
It's a great word, especially absolutely. Absolutely.
But I was thinking, like, if Twitter's a cesspool of misinformation, then number one, YouTube absolutely has to be in that conversation.
Oh yeah.
And the thing I thought you and I could talk about today with the audience is let's table that. I think we all know that Twitter's got a lot of misinformation, YouTube's got a ton of misinformation. That's that. But what I think we can both speak to, especially you've been out here a little bit longer than me, covering a little bit more of the Trash Panda crowd. By the way, do you know there's a minor league baseball team named the Trash Pandas?
No.
There is. Yeah, we saw a lot of gear. We got merch ideas now for you.
That just became my favorite minor league team. Exactly. I got to look them jokers up. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the Rocket City Trash Pandas, I think they're called.
Oh, God bless America. All right.
But it goes a little bit beyond the misinformation to me. Let's table the misinformation. That's there. That's fine. I think that's uncontroversial at this point. There's a lot of lies on the internet. No, that's not news to many people. But what I think is deserving of some reflection is the marketplace idea. The idea that we say, you know, there's a marketplace of ideas on Twitter, on social media, on TikTok, on YouTube, where it's like you could just you kind of could put your ideas out there. It's not necessarily filtered. It's not necessarily saying these people have a platform but these people don't. You could kind of come at it however you want. If you want to be serious, you want to be scientific, you want to be fun, you want to be whatever you want to do. So we kind of get to see in a weird way like this sort of unfiltered kind of observation of human behavior. Because, for instance, we can see, okay, somebody makes a video of a cat playing the piano that gets like 30 million views. You're like, all right, people are down with a little bit of fun, pet-friendly animal silliness on the internet, good to go. And I'm a fan of saying that there's no large content creators kind of in our community. Like, if you look at me, you, but even like bigger, like Derek from Mythvision or Paula Gia or Aaron Ra, all these people that we think of like, yo, they're big. Yo, they're like major counter apologists. They've been out here for a minute. They're like, if you look at their numbers compared to like the average right winger, they're small. They're small. Oh, yeah. We're like, oh, so-and-so has 30,000 subscribers. That's freaking amazing. Yeah, but the trash pandas that they criticize, or the crazy people on the right, or the crazy apologists, they got 300,000 or millions.
Absolutely.
And so I'm starting to realize, and again, I want to say this, hang the asterisk sort of, this is not about our audience. Like, obviously, if we thought our audience was crappy, we wouldn't be here. But it says something really about the content creators and the viewers on YouTube, right? That like, this is what people are hungry for.
Right.
This is what they want to hear. The example I want to think of is the Mr. Let Go. We reviewed kind of last week some of his stuff. Oh, yeah. I've been watching a little bit more of his stuff. He just hates women, amongst other groups that he hates. But he literally made a video where he was trying to tell women, it wasn't even the one we watched, but he made another video throwing women who happen to have multiple baby daddies under the bus. And he basically goes on about, they're upset, they're bitter, because that man just got to leave you. He just got to walk out of your life. But they're stuck with you. And you're crazy. And your kids hate you. And they resent you because that man walked out of your life and didn't take them with him. And I'm sitting there like, what part of you woke up this morning and was like, I want to tell single mothers, people who everybody knows are some of the people that just need our help, our support, our love, do what you got to do. Let's make sure these kids turn out right. And I'm just going to tell you, your kids hate you.
Yep.
And now all of us know some crazy parents, some abusive moms, and some people who should have never had a child to begin with, and bless that child for making it through. But at no point did that lead to some kind of metacognition about the world around us. And we're like, I need to throw single mothers all the way under the bus and let them know, literally, your children hate you. And then you go to the comment section and people are amen, hallelujah, and like bigging this stuff up. So what do you think about this sort of ugliness? Like, we just want, this is what we want. This is where we're at. It's scary.
I think there's a big part of us that needs to realize that maybe this is who we are. And that I before that dude, years ago, I saw Tommy Sotomayor on YouTube. And he's Jesse Lee Peterson minus about 35, 40 years. And he just hates women, specifically black women. And he gets on there and he just talks all kinds of garbage. Hundreds of thousands of likes, shares, retweets. His video, his video, his channel is beyond monetized. And he just gets up there and says the worst crap imaginable. And it's like, we need to come to the realization that maybe this is a huge part of who we are. Now, I'll speak out against that garbage. You'll speak out against that garbage. Right. But for you and I, that sits there and says, you know what, dude, are you really going to sit here and pull your britches down and take a shit all over single moms?
Right.
Are you serious? He says yes. Then he's got 150 people behind him that says, I'll feed you some Wolf Brand chili so the shit's even worse and it's stinkier. Right. We need to come to the realization that maybe this is a big part of who we are. It's like Trump. We sit here and be like, are you really going to sit here and vote for this dude a second time? Right. Look at all this shit that he's done. Are you really going to vote for him? That answer is yeah.
Right.
And we can sit here and watch a man, Jews, well, not, all that. Find people on both sides. On both sides. You would think people was like, wait, you just said Nazis were fine. Fuck that, dude. Half this country said that's still
good to go.
They made excuse, right? And so we need to come to the realization, quite possibly, that this is who we are, and that a man can sit up there with hundreds of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of followers, making a living on YouTube, taking his shit. It's single women, on black women, on black people,
on trans people, whatever it is.
Terrifying.
I've even seen like some of these videos where the person will come out and basically say, well, YouTube's all types of fucked up. So, my videos have been getting demonetized. This video will probably get demonetized for hate speech. And then they just go on, right? Because the sponsorships are there, right? Literally, there's a commercial at the beginning, 2 commercials in the middle, and another 2 at the end. There's, all the chats and the Patreons and the YouTube subscription. So they're making their money to the point. It reminds me of the Kardashians. I remember I was teaching a class, and I really went off on the Kardashians because there was basically this law in California. California was dealing with droughts, wildfires, all types of stuff. And they basically tried to cap water consumption. And they were like, if you go above a certain, level of water consumption, whatever it is per person, like there's fines and penalties and stuff, right? So they're really trying to curb the water consumption. And the Kardashians just kept doing their thing, right? Their gardens, their fountains, whatever they got going on at that house. And when they were criticized about it, they literally said, well, we can afford to pay the fines. Mm-hmm. And I said to my students at the time, like, that is not the point. At no point was the point of this whether or not you can pay the fine. Right? Yeah. And you're a terrible person when you realize we're trying to do something for people and you're just like, oh, well, I can afford to pay the guy. And that's what these people are doing. They're basically looking us in the face on YouTube and being like, I know this is hate speech. I know this is hate speech. And YouTube might even, how hard it is for YouTube to actually call some hate. So it's like, YouTube might demonetize the video for hate speech. But guess what? It doesn't matter because I can afford it. I got the sponsorship. Y'all are going to back me. Y'all are going to subscribe. Y'all are going to hit up my Patreon. And so the fact that YouTube will demonetize this video doesn't matter. I can just afford to put out this hate speech. And I'm like you said, if this is who we are, that's scary.
It's very scary. I mean, we had the exact same thing here in Austin. It was years ago, but this is South and Central Texas. You always get hit with drought warnings. For as long as I've been in this state, I've never gone a summer without conservation, all that stuff. Well, one year we got really, 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 really bad. And the local paper, The Statesman, they literally listed the houses, the names, everything of Austin's highest water consumption people. Because it got to the point to where it was like, if your address ends in an even number, you can water your grass on these days. And it was like twice a month. On that list of people that were using all the water, Michael Dell, Lance Armstrong, all the celebrities and movie stars, and nothing. You know what people did when they found out Michael Dell was running up all of Austin's water?
Nothing.
They went and bought all his products.
Right.
People were still jerking off that Lance Armstrong was winning Tour de France's. They did not care that they were costing their fellow Austinites water. But we speak with our attention and our wallets. And so it's like, you know what? I'm better than you. I've got more money. What are you going to do? Find me 10 grand? Here, I'm going to do it again next month. Here's 30.
And you often hear that.
What are you going to do?
The justification itself. They're successful.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. You got you can hear my dogs.
Sibling rivalry.
The shit's going down. I'm too lazy to get up. So just ignore it like I do. But
first take only, motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah. First take only. Bitch. Hold on. I'm going to mute for just a second. Hold on. Boys! Shut up!
That was the wrong button, but you're good.
There. Someone's got to be alpha up in this bitch. But I've heard Ben Shapiro, who I got a warning on my channel because I called out the cool kids philosophy.
And listen to me, I'm sick of it.
Because
I'm taking the gloves off.
Talking about January the 6th, he talked about gender neutral toys.
Wow.
And I called him a fucking coward.
Yes.
I got a warning on my channel. But same thing. What can't Ben Shapiro do? You're gonna follow me. You're gonna pay me. Right? It just we speak in this country. We speak with our wallets and our attention.
Absolutely.
And so you can sit here and call your shot. I'm gonna bash trans people. Matt Walsh, I'm gonna say the most violently transphobic shit there is. YouTube may not give me any money, but Patreon will give me 10 grand for this. So we speak with our attention and our wallets. Hey, we need to come to grips with the strong possibility that this is who we are.
So I wanted to quickly say I got a notification that we got 100 messages in the chat already. I really appreciate that. So I dropped $1 million pocket change on everybody. That's just my way of saying thank you guys for all the activity. You see them on your channel too, Uncle Bobby, because you get like the restream chats, right? It redirects them and shows you what's going on. That's why I like restream, because it doesn't matter where you're at. So if you see on your if you look on your channel, you'll see the chat, right? It just shows most people coming through that restream bot. That just means they're on another channel, but it's still showing you what they say, right? So you see all the restream bot chats on your channel?
Not yet, but I'm about to find out.
Oh, you're about to pull it up. Okay.
Yep.
But thanks a lot, gang. All right, so here's the thing. Actually, I'll wait till Uncle Bobby does this because I'll ask him about this next thing.
Okay. So my internet is, again, going half the speed of smell.
You're good.
So just...
No worries.
Okay.
So you brought up this thing with the Ben Shapiro, and this is another aspect of this that I'm not quite sure what's going on. And I'm not quite sure even that our viewers are aware that this is how it feels. But my man James Apperson has spoke about this. I've spoken about it. And I think you kind of just mentioned it too. It feels like, and again, we don't know the algorithm. I don't know what's in that code. But it feels like you're somehow more likely to get a warning or a violation because you criticize Ben Shapiro. And you say, Trash Panda, screw this Trash Panda for being anti-LGBT. And YouTube's almost like, sorry, Uncle Bobby, we had to give you a little warning here. That's just a hot topic. We prefer you just kind of stay away from that. It's a bit controversial. It's a bit political. Maybe you should stick to reading children's books. Right? And then Ben Shapiro can just get up there and Kanye, and I love me some Hitler and Jews, like I said, Jews will not replace us, and the white replacement theory, and tell trans people they're not trans, and the algorithm somehow is like, that's good to go. And it feels like you're almost at more of a risk for calling out. I remember I made that Mr. Like I told you he hates women. So I remember I made the title of one of my streams this week, How to Hate Women. And the very first thing I did was tell everybody subscribe to my second channel. Because I'm literally thinking this stream might get pulled and get my channel pulled because it says How to Hate Women, even though I'm critiquing. You know what I'm saying? And I've gotten these type of like hate speech warnings on my channel when, say, like Steven Anderson, who's like, let's put all the gays on a boat and send them halfway across the planet.
I know someone who lost their channel for that. Oh yeah. It reminds me at work. I would say
there's a reason why this world's going to hell.
It has not been the hype, but the Catholic Church had violated, like they were like a molestation Olympics. These fuckers had got like their 100th child just that month. Right. And I was at work talking crazy shit about the Catholic Church. I was like, I cannot believe that this thing, watch my channel get hit for this. Right. I can't believe people still go to church. I mean, you can't. And I just like, I was pointing out the actual factuals.
Right.
Management called me in
at
the end of the day to tell me and again, I still remember my manager was mad than a motherfucker. You can't do that. It was like, one, I just did. And two, watch me come back tomorrow and do the exact same thing. I'm not the bad guy for calling out the pedophile ring. Not a week after that, someone at work stood up and proclaimed that she was a proud and practicing Catholic. Do you know what happened to her? Not a goddamn thing. I was like, how is it that the person that calls out the bullshit, the bad guy, and the person who stands up and says they support the bullshit, the hero?
Yes.
Same thing online. It's just like you can sit there. And my first big timeout on Twitter was almost 7 days because Candace Owens said something real fucked up about her own people. So I said it, COON.
Right.
My finger did not leave my iPad screen before I got the red letters. And I was like, are you kidding me? She literally took all her people.
I'm sick of all these little baby Christians.
Under the bus, watched the bus run over us.
Yeah, little baby Christians.
And then park right on top of us.
Exactly.
And I called her out. And
you get the strike. Asshole. Yeah, you're the bad person.
And so, you can see, and I know someone who got hit hard on YouTube because they called out Steven Anderson. Steven Anderson cannot talk about gay people without FAGGOT coming out of his mouth, sodomite. His interpretation of LGBTQ is let God burn them quickly. I'm serious. And you know what happens? When you call him out, and I know someone who called him out for that bullshit, their channel got the strike. So again, I don't know the algorithm. I don't know how any of this crap works.
Right.
But as soon as I say this, hot damn, I'm going to regret it. I will proudly lose my channel calling out the bullshit than the other way around. Because if you're going to tell me that I can't call out injustice, then I just don't belong on YouTube. I just don't belong on YouTube. And I don't want to share space with people like that.
Yeah, and my subs already know. Subscribe to Hunter Biden's laptops in the description, Gin and Truth. Subscribe to the Casino Theater Arcade. There's a reason I have 3 channels because I'm the same way. Yeah. If YouTube cancels this channel today for calling out the bullshit, I will be on my second channel tomorrow. Right back at it. We did this one time. We called out Kanye and I got the stream pulled for really? They said it was spam and deceptive practices. It was really funny because they came back, I appealed it, and they came back the next day and said it was good to go. They said, oh, you didn't do it. It was too late now, you already pulled it. So they pulled the stream, suspended my channel for a week, and we were live 10 minutes later on the second channel. Well, we got it. Well, we guess you need to come on over here for the week. You know, it's just when you're on the mission, that's just how you feel about it, right? You're like a dog on a bone. You're like, there's nothing getting me off this thing. So do what you got to do. YouTube.
When I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to stand up and say, well, that sucks. But when I'm right, I don't care the consequence.
Right.
Exactly. I don't care. And again, I've worked hard. I love YouTubing. But if I lose my channel calling out the bullshit, if I sit here and I tell you that there's nothing about the God relationship that does not walk hand in hand with what it is I do for a living,
right?
Love me or else, and I call that abuse because that's abuse.
Oh,
and if I lose my channel for that, then
we got a lot of new people here, so let's talk about what you do for a living.
I'm a women's self-defense teacher.
Yes.
That is why when I talk about the God relationship being abusive, I'm talking about it from an expert's point of view. The 4 points, the 4 diagnosable criteria of battered spouse syndrome,
wow,
that is Christianity.
Wow, what are they? What are they? One. Okay, give us the number.
1, the irrational belief that the punishment being brought upon you is your fault.
Wow.
Humans are guilty by simply being alive.
Yes, wow.
Right? It's like, again, bitch, I told you 3 ice cubes. There are 2. Now, I gave you the choice, right? That is number 1. Number 2, the irrational belief that your oppressor is omnipresent. I've taught women that when someone across the room coughs, sneezes, farts, a door slams because the wind blows it shut, they jump because they believe that their husband, who is across town, just walked in that door. Number 3, the irrational belief that your oppressor will get to your loved ones. Oh, bitch, I know you're taking karate. Okay, fine. You can beat me up. You don't think I can't get to your slut of a daughter? You don't think I don't know where she is? If I convert to Christianity, but my family does not, you see what I'm saying? What's the fourth one?
We could look it up.
Omnipresent. Hold on. No. Omnipresent. Get to your loved ones. This is your fault. What is it? It's the where would you go without me? God bless. It's something along the lines of the irrational belief that your basically your self-worth hangs upon your oppressor. Again, who's gonna want your funky ass if not me? What, you're gonna go back to Section 8 housing? Bitch, right. I gave you a Tesla. Your friends they got a bus transfer. You ate beef Wellington last night. Your funky ass friends, they had rotted spam. Who are you without me? That is what I teach the women, and that is what you learn in church.
Absolutely.
We are nothing without God. We are nothing. Right? What's that movement? I am second. Everything that's good about me is Jesus. Everything that's fucked up is me.
Right.
And I've heard people say, my mom passed away, but she wasn't a Christian. It's like, dude, are you telling me that the God that you're saying you love is hurting your mother? And that response was, well, she had every chance to convert. The God relationship is abusive by definition. So that's what I do for a living.
It really is, and thanks for sharing. I learned a lot about right there. That was quite an education right there. And this community, myself, James Apperson, link in the description, Nidamos, Tux, others, we try to identify these patterns of abusive behavior, abusive personality types. And I really do see it in Christianity. And the thing we talked about is this is who we are, sort of the marketplace of ideas.
Excuse me.
I have seen some of this in my own family. I think a lot of us have, where they overlook the ugliness to maintain the identity. We'll be talking about Christian denial actually today on Hot Program 3:30. But yeah, it's really deep. And wow, so here's something else to think about. Is it becoming more pervasive? Like, I feel like it seems like anti-Semitism trending in the wrong direction, racism, misogyny, all these things seem to be trending in the wrong direction. And it's almost feeling like because they're now so normalized on social media and, these different platforms, it's almost making it more ubiquitous for people to really come out. And it's almost becoming like the legitimate both sides thing. Well, some people think, that like Amala, right? That's your new one from PagerU.
Yeah.
She really, I did a video, I saw her on your channel, and I did a video she did called the 10 questions she gets asked all the time at college campuses or something like that. And she was saying, oh no, the stuff going on with the police and socioeconomic inequality, that isn't structural racism. It's a problem with the culture of Black people. You can look at the culture of Asian people and look at these other cultures, and they don't have these problems. And so it just gets to a point now where that's such a normal thing to say that when we hit there and say, okay, well, there's structural racism. Now people can just go, well, a lot of people are on both sides of this. You know, people, you know, it's just a difference of opinion. You like blue, I like orange. You know what I mean?
I gotta address that. I gotta address that because the very first show I did on Amala, it was this YouTube short, and I'm telling you, I stretched that son of a bitch out for 45 minutes because everything she said was indicative of her either being a trash panda or too young to know.
Right.
And it was like, you know, well, there's, you know, a black section on Uber Eats, but there's no one for, and I was like, you're too young. You're too young. And when you sit here and you say, and that's why I'm telling people, we need to come to the grips that maybe this is who we are. Because the foundation of this country is sitting on some bullshit. Now, I told someone this, and she looked me like I was crazy. If you guys are not aware, the original intent for a police force in this country, they were slave catchers.
Yeah.
They were slave catchers. Yeah. And I had a white woman sit there like, no, they weren't. And I was like, I'm not even going to argue that. Now, when you, again, she is like all the other trash pandas, where it's like, well, white people drop the N-word because it's black people's fault. I'm like, again, that word has been, black people have been on the receiving end of that insult from white people for almost 400 years. But it wasn't a problem until 1985 when the first rapper dropped that on a goddamn record.
Right.
Right. So it's like, you got to look past this narrow view. You know, cops beating up black people and killing black people. When you got a 20-year-old trash panda sitting there saying it's black people's fault, I'm like, you're too young. You're too young, and you read that bullshit ass history book that said everything was fine after some guy named Martin got shot on a hotel balcony. So again, yeah, I had to jump in on that.
No, you're good.
Because again, it's the whole, you know, it's black people's fault. Well, look at cops aren't targeting the Asians. Blah, 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 blah. It's like, you don't know your history.
Right.
That's why you work for PragerU.
Basically.
That's why you work for PragerU. Yeah, no question about it.
And unfortunately, it's like there's nothing or not enough on our side that's trying to bring up the next Anna Kasparian or whatever, who's going to be, you know, a young voice of reason rather than, you know, a young wrecking ball, because they've got her all types of propped up. I checked it because I didn't know she existed until, you know, I saw on your channel. But I looked at the PragerU website, and she's next to Dennis Prager in their roster of featured, you know, content creators, which includes Jordan Peterson and Larry Elders and Adam Carolla. Like it's Jordan Peterson, you know, and they're like, oh, she's the one to pay attention to, right? Because they love that.
She fits. She checks all the boxes. A young, half black, half white, so she can speak for both sides. She was formerly hardcore left, formerly BLM.
Right.
Everything about her says, check me out. Like I think his nickname was Conservative Hulk. And it was this black dude who was bigger than me, wearing super extra medium-sized shirts. He had across the size of this goddamn Yeti microphone. And every single video was, you know, and let me tell you something, black people, and he would just sit there, and I don't know but they loved him. Everything about that dude said, Diamond and Silk,
yes,
the Hodge twins, they are
you
attractive.
Introduced us to the Officer Tatum.
Yeah, he's saying what? Like me, a former Division I football player. I don't know if he made it in the NFL. Respect it because he's a former cop.
Right.
He sucks up to Fox News. He's a constant on Laura Ingram's show. Everything about him says I'm safe. This is the world's. I'm not going to make that comparison, but I'll say he's one of the good ones. Amala is one of the good ones. They're no threat to the white people who hold on to those doo-doo ass attitudes.
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
and they'll be the first ones to say, I'm not racist.
You're not like the rest of them. That's what you mean by one of the good ones.
And
yeah.
I mean, Jesse Lee Peterson, I've heard his monkey ass say it. We gave you people a black president. What else do you want?
Oh my Lord.
I've had a white woman in my face at work say the exact same thing.
Yeah, and so
we gave you people a president. What else do you want?
That's kind of what I was thinking next. Is we hear these things on the platform, and then people act like, oh, it's just a crazy person saying this. So I remember kind of joking in my club about the crazy shit Kanye said, but then somebody in the club spoke up like, well, you know, if you think about it or look into it, you know, the Jews really do kind of run everything, you know, and then that person is on the same tip as to, oh, well, I don't understand, you know, why, you know, black people make such a big deal about white people saying the N-word, you know, and then his thing was the whole, it's just a word. I don't understand. It's just a word, you know. And, you know, it took every ounce of restraint in me to, you know, and I just spoke directly to it and, you know, didn't get too triggered and just, you know, said, you know, about the history and all of that. And he played it cool, but it just spoke to me that that's what I mean. It's enabling. It's enabling people to come out and feel like there's a legitimate part of the conversation that they're representing.
Oh yeah.
So it's like you said, you're going to hear from your coworkers and your friends. It's not just going to be Ben Shapiro. That's the problem. And
that's the danger behind people like that having such a tremendous audience. And I in terms of the word nephew, it's a game I don't play anymore.
Yeah,
it's like, well, it's just a word. Then say it. You've got a 6'3", 245-pound black dude in your face with diagnosed anger issues. Say it. Oh, well, I was like, say it right now. If it's just a word, say it. And they know better. They won't do it. But again, the thing that hacks me off about that, other than everything, because out of one side of people's mouth, this is the worst word in the history, and then when black people act accordingly, it's just a word. I'm like, you can't have it both ways. And again, and when I'm sitting in front of your face, and you're telling me it's not that big of a deal, and I challenge you to say it, then all of a sudden you don't speak English anymore. You're full of shit.
Right.
But again, the trash pandas. It's the people. That's why I continue to do shows on it. It's the Tatums. It's Jesse Lee Peterson. It's easy to dismiss, but they give fuel to the people who actually feel this way. This is why I've got white dudes and white women half my size, knowing that I'm an angry fucker, saying the most fucked up shit because they've been given permission by people with these large audiences. So, I mean, it's...
Look at the Tree says this great comment. The Officer Tatum crowd will use liking them as an out for being racist. It's having one black friend without having any black friends.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The
bar for having... Like the women in my life. I remember when I made the switch. Because, and again, I always say, it's not an excuse, but it is an explanation. If you played football in the 80s and 90s like I did, everything that you did that was bad was either something stereotypically feminine or stereotypically homosexual.
Right.
And that's just the way you were taught to talk without anyone ever saying, you shouldn't say that. Well, there's no decompression chamber after you leave the football field and then you enter real life. And I'm sitting here and I'm still saying certain things. And my dumbass just sits like, whoa, what seems to be the problem? And again, I got chewed out. I earned it. One lady just got sick of it. She was not only a female, but she was a lesbian. And she let me have it. She ripped me a new asshole. And I've changed ever since. Now, I gravitate towards the women who will challenge me. And be like, you know that's misogynistic. Right? I was like, is it really? Holy shit. Because I want to learn. Because my mistakes, they don't have to be who I am. You cannot be a man in this country and not be a misogynist. That's just the bottom line. Our foundations are misogynist. That's why I challenge white people. Like, if you think that you were born and raised in this country and you don't have some racist shit, you're lying to yourself. But the problem with the trash pandas is that they give space to our white family members that don't want to be challenged, that don't want to learn new shit. Again, right. I spent the first 5 or 6 years at my place of work being viciously insulted every single day.
Wow.
You sound white. You act white. You're only black on the outside. You're the whitest black dude. And when I
I've heard all of these things
that,
like every day.
And you're like, stop saying that. No, Robert, no. And it's like, that's not funny. Yeah. And I was like, and the first one, and I've said this on my show, the first lady who sat there and just would not stop with the "you sound white," it's like, okay, do me a favor. Talk black for me. Yo, my nigger motherfucker. I drink 40 ounces and fuck white bitches, dude. And I was like, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. And she was shocked as shit. I was like, you think I'm joking, don't you? That front door you walked in, I want to see your monkey ass on the other side of it.
Exactly.
Then one of my coworkers, she just wouldn't stop. I chewed her out in front of everybody. Everybody. Now, again, I'm not arrogant enough to sit here and tell you I've changed people's minds, but now they know they won't say that shit in front of my face. The trash pandas give people who don't want to change space not to change. I can't be racist. The Officer Tatum said it. Amala said it. Diamond and Silk said it. So, yeah. Again, another Uncle Bobby rant. Sorry about that.
No, that's what we're here. That's exactly what we're here for. To me, what do you think? How much pushback do you think people should get, and like, where's the proper place for the pushback? Because I'm almost sitting here, almost circling full back around to like comment sections. Because I kind of started before I was a YouTuber, you know, I was all in the comment section and in the live chat community. That's almost like a place to call people out, you know, because I always say you got to make it hot to sit in that seat. One of the things I'm trying to do, even with like family and friends, is like not let them put sort of all the negatives of their faith on somebody else. It's all the other church. It's not believers like me. Yeah. It's they always say, I want to make it hot in that seat. I want to make it hard to sit in a pew on Sunday morning and not think about the negative impacts that Christianity is having around you. But there seems to be a limitation to that because there's so much anonymity and trolling on the internet.
Oh yeah.
To where it's, you know, there's almost a race to the bottom, right? And so you might feel like you want to constructively call out a shitty comment somebody makes, or, you know, something that you're not okay with in a video. But then you quickly realize it's this conversation where people are jumping on you, and then they're calling you all, might be calling you names, or, you know, kind of giving you a hard time. So it can end up being sort of like you're biting off more than you're willing to chew. And again, because they're just no bottom, like they're just on that tip, right? So
it really isn't.
I don't often know what to do. It almost feels like making a YouTube channel where you can actually discuss these things and vent about them is rather obvious for me, but I really don't know what to do next, because I do feel like this is who we are. It bothers me like a lot.
I don't know what to do, to be honest, because there's no consistency on social media. Gavin McInnes, the guy who founded the Proud Boys, who said it was just a joke, in order to prove that he wasn't gay, he shoved a dildo up his butt live on YouTube. Where was the severe punishment for that? You can sit there and have Milo Yiannopoulos and all these other people say just the worst of the worst crap. So, yeah, when you say there's a race to the bottom, I almost have to correct you and be like, I don't think there is a bottom. It's like that pit on fucking 300. This is Sparta. You kick someone in, they just keep falling because, again, you can critique Ben Shapiro and get a warning from YouTube, or you can shove a dildo up your butt to prove that you're not gay only after founding one of the most hate-filled race groups in the last 15 years, and it seems like nothing. Steven Crowder gets up there every day and says some of the most racist, transphobic shit. I mean, to the point where it's like, you can't be serious. This guy imitated the George Floyd death circumstances. Guess who still has a YouTube channel? Again, first show me where the bottom is, and then we can say there's a race. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that. It's just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Marcos, thank you for the subscription. YouTube Punk said they want LGBT people in camps. We're trying out something new here. I know all these fancy guys highlight their stuff, so we're trying to.
You say that. YouTube Punk said that?
Yes.
Okay, I do. Just Texas, the AG, fuckface Ken Paxton, he wants a list of all the trans people in the state of Texas. He does.
Yes, that's what Look at the Tree said. They're making lists in Texas. That's unreal.
This isn't a joke. This isn't a wink, wink, nod, nod. This isn't hyperbole. Are they going to put them in physical camps? I doubt it. But this is literally, I don't want to say too much I don't want to get in trouble, but teachers, first responders of any kind, if you are aware that you have a trans kid in your presence and that child is receiving or asking for gender reaffirming care, in the state of Texas, you have to report that. And if you do not report that, you can be stripped of licenses, credentials, as a professional.
For not reporting, like...
Oh, yeah. If you are a teacher, like I know two people right now that have not only pulled their kids, one family in particular, they have secured housing in another state. This is their last year in the state of Texas because their child right here in the middle, they haven't put a name on it. It's like, it is what it is. And if this is what makes our kid happy, we're going to roll with it. This kid acts and dresses stereotypically not like the gender they were assigned at birth. Mom and dad will be like, are you okay? Yes, mom and dad, I am. Then we are okay. They're two siblings. You know what the two siblings say? Good to go. Let's rock this thing out. The mom called the school. It's like, I know what you have to do. I want to know, what are you going to do? The teacher said, your kid is safe. She said, I don't believe you and I don't trust you. So they literally are packing up and moving I'm losing a friend. I'm losing two friends. I've watched their children grow up.
What is
That's
going
where
on?
we are right now.
That's not this is none of this is okay.
If I have any Jewish family members in the side chat, I'm asking for your forgiveness right now before I say this. I am. And if I say something wrong, please tell me and I will correct myself. But this is some 1940s Nazi Germany bullshit where we're knocking on doors looking for Jews level crap. If you are a school nurse, if you are a teacher, anything.
I mean, if there's a list of people that you're supposed to report, and then if you go to school, you're supposed to report them.
You are. And if you don't, you can lose. If it is a school nurse, that school nurse can lose their medical license. If it is a teacher, they can lose their teaching credentials. It is now underneath the label of child abuse, and you have to report it to Child Protective Services.
It's scary.
And now you've got the AG of Texas literally asking for a goddamn list In that if you were assigned male at birth and you've made the transition to female and you go to Texas DPS and you go, my license will no longer read John, it will now read Stephanie. DPS now has to give or he wants the name. Ken Paxton. That's where we are now. Texas, yeehaw.
I just don't understand.
$10 as you do. We are filled. The answer is simple, and it's right in front of all of our faces. We're filled with hate, but we say it's love. We've got trans people doing stuff to themselves at higher rates than any other portion of society. Texas is all kinds of fucked up. And you want to know what Greg Abbott spends millions of dollars on in special session? Bathroom bills. Ken Paxton is openly saying, I want the name of every transgender person in the state of Texas. Why? To send them a fruit basket? I mean, we're not even trying to hide how much we hate. The majority of this country thinks Donald Trump was the best president ever. And in my short life, I've never seen racism. Because this, again, we need to come to grips with the possibility that this is who we are. A president that has made hate, racism. I grew up being called nigger. I was able to take a break smack dab in the middle. And in my short life, I have never seen so much racism in my life. And I'm not even close to bullshit. We need to come to grips with the possibility that this is who we are. Ted Cruz has got a goddamn job. And now all this shit that he's pulled, he still has support. I don't know what to say. I don't.
One of the things I'm losing my appetite for is conversations about divisiveness, tribalness, bipartisanship, all of that. It's kind of like you said. I think a lot of us see ourselves as independents. I don't really care. I'm going to vote for what you do, right? It's just given the current climate, I can't vote a Republican for dog catcher. That's not because there's something wrong with being a Republican. It's because there's something wrong with these Republicans.
Yep.
So I don't know what people want from me. Do you want me to find common ground with the racists? Do you want me to find common ground? Should I find a common ground between I have a vaccine, double vaccine, I think 2 boosters maybe, and I'm about to go back for my 3rd, and the anti-vaxxers? Am I supposed to find like a midway point between let's tell trans people they're not trans? Well, that's a nice break from knocking them upside their head today versus those of us who just demand absolute equity and equality for all of our LGBT fan period, end of story. Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want from me? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do people want me to tell you? Like, this is the divided reality of the world we live in. I'm trying to be on the side of what's right and true. I'm sorry that I'm not with.
But I mean, it's like I've talked about this on my channel with like Christian apologists. Okay, gay people are dirty sodomites who deserve to go to hell, the blase and the glavinoids. And when someone stands up and says, you know what, shut the fuck up, well, why aren't you being tolerant?
Right.
you now, thanks to the internet, Twitter, YouTube, all that, stupid people's opinions and feelings are just as valid as everyone else's. And so you're sitting there, it's like, you know what? I'm going to get the shot. I'm going to wear a mask. I'm going to do what I'm told. But I want this to end. Well, what are you, some kind of sheep? And I'm like, no, but the dude who sat there and he's got 35 plus years of infectious disease expertise, this is what he said to do. Well, I've got an internet article that says, like, fuckface, you pick up garbage for a living. Who am I going to listen to? You or Anthony Fauci. The problem is everyone's opinion is now valid thanks to the internet. The one thing that was supposed to make us all better is literally making us all worse.
Absolutely.
And get stupid, racist, hate-filled, ignorant opinions are now just as valid. Steven Crowder is arguably the most racist, socially ignorant sucker on the internet today. He's got millions of followers. When he sat there, and if you guys don't know the reason, you got homework. Go look it up. But the United States was going to break off black farmers because we were butt-fucked in the past.
Oh, absolutely.
And Crowder got up there with his little cronies and watched my monkey ass get a YouTube strike for saying this. But it was like, their big thing was, well, how does the United States know it's a black farmer versus a white? Yo, man, I'm going to get some spinners on my John Deere, motherfucker. I'm going to smoke some weed. I'm going to fuck some white bitches. I'm going to do some hypodermic needles, motherfucker. I got bad credit. And just sat there and ran down this cavalcade of negative black stereotypes.
Wow.
Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to him. For a guy who hates transgender people as much as he does, I've never seen a cis person dress so much like a goddamn woman.
And
no
right.
penalty. Yeah, and his opinion is just as valid as the trans person on YouTube saying, I am real, I exist, I'm not a predator, I'm just like you, I just want to be accepted. Except when that person speaks,
idiot or willful piece of
yeah, you're a groomer. You're a pervert. I don't want my daughter around you. You're going to jerk off on her face. Then Steven Crowder gets up there and makes a parody out of our trans family members. No penalty. The internet has given voice to the worst people this society has to offer.
Exactly.
And it is sad. And yes, the 20th, that's exactly what him going to, was it Planet Fitness? I think that was probably his biggest. So I do remember him going to a gym.
What did he do at the gym?
So he dressed up as a quote unquote woman, but he made no attempt to pass. It would be like me not shaving.
Right.
And just putting on a blonde wig. And he approaches the front desk and is like, "Hi, my name is Stephanie, and there's a promo, and you have to give me the discount." Oh yeah, I want to tour the women's room. The dude is wearing skin tight stretch pants. His dick is highly visible. He hadn't shaved in like 4 days. His wig had a fucking chin strap. He was wearing not a workout shirt, but just a regular sweater with these 2 big fake tits. And the person behind the desk was like, "I'm not giving you a tour
right
of the woman's room. No, I'm not." "Well, if you don't do it, you're a transphobe." It's like, fine. And so they give him the promo and all this crap. And instead of just working out like we all do, Crowder made sure that everyone saw him. So he got the biggest weights he could find. It's like, "I'm just a girl. Would you give me a spot with these 150 pounders? Yeah, motherfucker! Oh!" And he did everything he could.
Oh, my goodness.
To garner attention as a woman. And then after the grunt and the screaming and slamming of the weights, "Was that okay for a girl?" Ha ha, very funny. Ho ho, it is to laugh. Steven Crowder does not get penalized for this bullshit. And I guarantee him and people like him will be the first people to point out that the transgender self-harm rate is almost 40%. And then he'll say it's their fault.
Right.
All the while releasing all these videos.
Absolutely. While being the cause.
Yeah.
While being the cause.
Exactly.
And
yeah, he's not part of the problem. He is the problem. And his voice is just as, if not more valid than the transgender YouTuber who simply has the message, "I exist, I'm real, and I'm safe."
Yeah, I mean,
it's all kinds of fucked up.
I mean, honestly, I think we're trying to do the right thing, but I actually think that there's sort of like all of us need to be joining in this fight, and we need to be calling this stuff out in our own lives. And it reminds me of, I've been talking a lot about the conflict I had with my mother a couple weeks ago, sort of calling out her Christianity, and there was literally a point at which I was explaining to her how hard it was to sit in her house last Christmas and listen to her pastor lie to her. And I basically explained, like, people have been lying to you like this your whole life, and you've been giving them 10% of your income the whole time. And it was like, well, why do you care if they're lying to me? And it's just, and I'm sitting here like, I'm trying to defend you. You are the person who taught me to tell the truth and do what's right and be careful how I spend my money and double check, who I give it to and I'm sitting here telling you your pastor is lying to you, and you're mad at me for telling you that you're being lied to, rather than being mad at the people who've been lying to you.
Exactly. How fucked up is that? That's how bad we need to hold on to whatever identity we hold on to. And I honestly think that that's what's happening now. It's like, if your need to be right, and by that I mean Republican, conservative, your need to be Christian, your need to all of that just supersedes everything. I almost want Christians and people to start telling me there's absolutely nothing that could possibly happen that would make me stop voting Republican. There's absolutely nothing that someone could say or do that would make me stop believing in Jesus, so I can just stop wasting my time. Because it's like we're having conversations as though there's something that could actually come up in the conversation that could influence the person. And maybe they're just... This is just the greatest double down of all time. Well, we are spinning our... there was a lady who, at work, desperately trying to get me back to the flock. And she told me that when she was a kid, there was an illness that she had, and it was life-threatening. Her father was a doctor. He couldn't figure it out. Long story short, the doctors were like, you know what, Dr. Johnson, we've done everything. You need to come to grips with the very grim reality. That's all we'll say. We're going to leave you and your daughter alone. She told me, my father went home and he prayed for me that night. She got better. It's like, well, I'm glad you're here. I'll never forget. She said, you can't tell me there's not a God. You know what I said? You're right. Thank you for being honest. You just straight up told me that you were not willing to have an honest conversation. And so it's my job now to listen to what you just said. And you're right. You can sit there and tell your mother, I've had these conversations with friends and family members, and it's like, will you just come to my church? It's like, no, I won't. I'm not going to sit there and listen to you. Watch you. You're a 59-year-old woman. Here's some fuckface who's 20 years your junior. And he's going to tell you what's going to happen to you after you die. Only after he told you that a virgin got pregnant and gave birth to a baby with magic powers, and that a snake fucking talked. I can't sit here and watch that.
Right.
Right. I'm not saying you have to be willing to give it all up. You have to be willing to have an honest conversation.
Right.
And that if your next door neighbor tells you that their 15-year-old daughter's pregnant and she's never gotten dick down, and you're like, John, dude, stop.
Right.
If you're going to call that person a liar, but then go and give 10% of your income to hear the exact same story.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm just done. And so I get where you're coming from, and it's definitely hard when it's your family.
But it helps you realize that that's the allegiance, right? That's where their allegiances are, at least as of right now. And it's hard to hear, but I actually also think it's the starting point most of us need to hear. Like, we have a person in our community named Lupin, and he is friendly and he really likes us. But he is formerly on the Proud Boys tip. And he's one of those Trump is the greatest president ever type of people. And he doesn't seem to understand that it almost seems like he's a caricature of what he says, right? It's like this just you are sounding like the most ignorant, hate-filled type of person, and it puts the rest of us in this really bad situation where we're like, either you don't get it or there's something really off here. Like, yeah, and it's almost as though they're falling for the positive spin. So, like, the KKK used to, at least, you know, if you watch Black Klansman, right? They're calling themselves the organization, right? It's a great movie. I love that movie.
There's no fucking way. But yeah, go ahead.
But you know, it's like if you call it something else, it feels different. And then a lot of times, you know, the rhetoric is, we want to preserve the white heritage and the white man's ways, right? And so I think these Christians get caught up in the idea of who is championing the Christian cause. Who do they like the way they sound? And then they throw their allegiance behind that person, and then that's the end of it for them. They've made their allegiance, they've made their mind up, and then they're just more or less ride or die on the ideology. And it takes a really long time to deconstruct, because, like, for him, he seemed to sort of step back from his, you know, maybe trying to join the Proud Boys, but still supporting a lot of their ideas. Now he's kind of, he's a Hovind fan, and he's been spending some time at the Hovind compound. It's like they're going from one, right? They don't seem that, like, why is it that you seem to just always be under the spell of all the worst people?
Because they're bad people.
I mean, this is what. Yeah. That's
just the bottom line. you can sit here and tell me, you know, Kanye, right? I love Hitler. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. There's nothing to love. Again, I'm quite sure he once looked both ways before he crossed the street, and I'm sure once upon a time he sent his mother a Mother's Day card.
Right.
But it's Hitler. Right? Again, I'm not going to sit. You're not a good person when you tell me that you love Hitler. Right? Again, if you continue to align yourself with the worst people that this world has to offer, it's because you're a bad person. It's just that fucking simple. Right? If you can sit here and jerk off all over yourself and buy Trump's NFT cards, if you can sit here and continue to still make excuses as to why he does what he does and says what he says, again, at this point, you're just a bad person. I don't care if you don't kick puppies. You're a bad person because you support a piece of shit. And if you're still on the Proud Boy tip, it's because you're a bad person. That's just it. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, I think. So how do you feel about this with, say, maybe Christians or conservatives in your life who are not making that connection? Do you have people in your life like that? And, you know, it sounds like you work with some people like that. So what do those conversations go like? And I guess I'm gonna ask you, like, I'm kind of asking myself, why am I still having these conversations?
I'm in the Bible Belt, so unlike what Christians want to make you believe, I'm still the minority. And before people realized I was an atheist, people talked about Christianity openly in front of me. Then I started responding. And now all of a sudden, they don't want to talk to me about it anymore, which is fine. Right. But when I hear it, I don't pipe down. And my monkey ass just forgot the original question.
Yeah. So like, they're not making the connection that, like that. You're in bed with these hateful ideas, and this is not a good moral thing. But they just seem to be resistant to the picture you're trying to paint.
On that tip, I treat them the exact same way my best friend treated me, and that is just to continue to tell the truth. And with me, the shit finally sunk in. But again, if you tell me that God loves me and he loved me so much that he killed his son, I'm gonna be like, say that again. Say that last part again. Well, God killed his son. Say that one more time. God killed his son. Say that again. If you're going to tell me that the greatest show of love is for a father to brutally beat up his son and then murder him, we just have a competing definition of what love is.
Sure. Absolutely.
And then when you spin off on your excuses, well, Robert, there can be no forgiveness without bloodshed. Stop. Say that again. Forgiveness for what? What have I done that's so bad? Tell me. Well, have you ever told a lie? Stop. Just stop. But my only job is to be honest. And it's like, no. Murdering your son is not love. Snakes don't talk because they can't talk. They don't have vocal cords. Our only job is to be honest. And it's up to them to receive the honesty.
Wow.
Period.
Yeah. I think a lot of members, at least I feel like a lot of members of my audience feel like they still can't be completely honest with their family members, or they struggle with that. Do you recall any of those feelings and how you dealt with it? Did it ultimately was it that simple? Was you just had to live your truth and that was that? Or
yeah, because here's the thing: religious people, they've got no problem being honest with us. I just saw a commercial, and I actually still got it up. He gets us. Christians have zero problem shoving their beliefs in our face. Why are we being shy here? Again, I've used this analogy with Trump supporters at work. I remember it's like, we called ourselves the resistance. It's like, oh, Trump's a bad president. Oh, I can't do it. Grab him by the pussy. And I was like, why are we the ones whispering? Why are we the ones whispering? We're the only sober people in the car, but no one wants to give us the goddamn car keys. And it's like, I just sat here and I told you that murdering your son is not love.
Right.
I just told you that snakes literally can't talk. The sound that they make, it is air being pushed over a moving tongue. They can't talk. They don't have vocal cords. If you die, you tend to stay dead. And so, be it my family, which it's uncomfortable. We just don't talk about it, but they know.
Right.
My friends, my thing is, I will show you the same amount of respect as you show me.
Absolutely.
Oh, Robert, I'm going to pray for you. I'll think logically for you. Well, I'm a total Christian. I'm a total atheist. Yeah. I'm simply giving them what it is that they give me.
Yes.
They don't think it's being ugly, so neither do I. If you're going to tell me what you believe, I'm going to tell you what I think about it. And that's all that we as non-believers can do.
Yeah.
Right? Do you want to go to church? Your church is sitting on some bullshit. It just is. And I've told people that before. And they look at me like I'm the mean one. It's like, in order to be a member of your church, you literally have to sign a contract that says that you will not support gay people in any way, shape, or form.
We have a powerful community in this case.
Yeah. Okay. The good thing is, now I know this shit happened, because the last time, that was you, YouTube punk.
Yeah.
That piped in those other voices. Yeah. I almost shit on myself. Yeah, I'm ready for you now.
Did you guys hear it twice? I'm hearing the redeems twice. I gotta figure out what's going on, because I added the restream so I could do the highlights. But they said also you need a buddy cam so that buddy can be on
right
stream.
In front of me. So I've got Cowboys versus the Jags right here on my right-hand side. The side chat is over here, and Buddy is in front of me, and he is knocked the watch. He's trying to get comfortable, and he's not moving. This sucker has been asleep all day long. He was wrapped up like a burrito during the soccer game. He's not moving.
All right, I'm gonna try
if there's a way to get a buddy cam, I'll do it. It's better than looking at me.
Listen, I'm taking the glove off.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing over here. All right, let me just get out of restream.
That was Steven Anderson.
Yes, exactly.
Fuck
and this one is Jordan Peterson.
Again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
He's still going twice. All right, we'll see. All right, maybe that gets rid of it.
I agree with him on that.
Yeah, right.
There are no married bachelors.
I also agree that God's a timeless, spaceless, immaterial,
material, disembodied mind.
Exactly.
From Africa right now.
Oh, I see what it is. Maybe
Paula
that's
White.
it.
Is that Paula White?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out why they're going twice. That's a little weird. But all right, we'll figure it out.
My tongue can do whatever.
What was that? I'm sorry.
that was a Paula White one. I muted them. I got to take a minute. Actually, let's do that. Let's take a Obama. All right, that one was fine. So, but you didn't hear that one that time, right? You didn't hear anything?
No.
Obama.
The last thing I heard was a tongue. And then my ears perked up. So I'm like, what about it?
All right, so that's good. That's good for now. It's I'll leave it that way. All right, so here's Paula White. Tongues is coming. Nope, maybe not.
Well, while you're sitting there talking about Paula White,
Oddly plausible.
What? That's the ultimate example. Why do we know her name?
Paula White
should be selling fragrances.
I figured out what it is.
What's up?
It's that I think what happened was when I came back in, I had Myron bot out of here, and so that's where the double's coming from. Okay, that is actually really good news. All right, we are good to go, and we should be fine. Thanks for bearing with me, gang.
No echo.
Yep. All right, so we should be good. We should be fine. So Paula, like, this whole thing, like,
go read your Bible or something.
I almost feel like, wow.
What's that?
Yeah, I do feel like you're right. This is who I got to be honest with people. I kind of want to get out of this country, right? I'm a person who's like, it'd be really great to like live,
Can't blame you.
to like live somewhere else. But I think this is something like there was a comment earlier that most of these people are decent people. They're having trouble thinking for themselves. They have particularly strong social attachments. I'm lately becoming pretty much on the I don't care anymore tip. I just don't care anymore. You know what? I think we got to play. I think there's a clip we should play right now.
Try me.
All right. So let me.
I'd go from Holy Spirit-filled church to Holy Spirit-filled church and get slathered with oil.
You know who that is? That's a perfect example. That's Kelly Shabaka, bro. I used to joke that she was the Olympic world champion of freestyle speaking in tongues. But
all I heard was slathered with oil. Now I'm very interested.
But she actually she actually ran for Congress. And you know, like she would give these speeches about how she developed her spirit language. how she had to practice speaking in her spirit language at all times. I mean, like her thing, let's see. She literally would talk about how she had to practice speaking in tongues, basically, even when she was at the grocery store.
Jesus.
Betty Attica Showman needs some more peas.
Sometimes the objective world and the narrative world touch.
That's the Jordan Peterson. Go ahead.
But this is what I'm talking about. If I sat up and I said that Superman was real, and when people realized that I was not joking, that the planet Krypton actually imploded. Now, you can't see, actually, you do know that Superman is real.
In your heart.
For whatever reason, you're just suppressing, the truth of Clark Kent in your unrest. I would not be able to be the person who cleans out the stalls in the local ASPCA after everyone went home.
Right.
I would be deemed mentally unsafe.
Right.
Now, you say the exact same shit, and your name is Paula White, you become the personal advisor to the President of the United States.
This makes sense.
This makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. She, if you just read her resume, everything about Paula White, and again, Uncle Bobby's pro-fucking. You want to do some fucking? You should do some fucking. But, teen pregnancy. She, was all kinds of fuck. Everything she preaches against is who she once was. She's a fucking swindler. And she's a millionaire as a result of her ability to make you buy her bullshit. Why did she have a guest pass to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? We've got her on tape speaking in tongues. And people are like, she needs to go to the White House.
Yeah.
If I did that,
wait, here we go.
I would get a trip back. How does this person?
Angels have even dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now.
This is
Africa right now.
You see what I'm saying?
Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement.
If you don't get up and say that person is good to go, you're the asshole.
I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
And this is the bullshit. When Herschel Walker got up there and started talking about vampires and werewolves, everyone dismissed it as brain damage. If I got up there and sat up there and talked some bullshit while trying to run for senator, first thing people would do is like, do you know that Robert Reed's got brain damage? He can't run for office. He's got diagnosed brain damage. Paula White got up there and talked like that bitch just had a stroke. And if you don't get up and say that all that's good to go, you can't run for president, you can't run for vice president.
Yes.
I mean, that's what's fucked up.
Yes.
I've said this before. When people like you and I call that out, we're the assholes. She just sat there and spoke straight gibberish. It has been proven that speaking in tongues
is nonsense.
It's garbage.
It's just nonsense.
It is absolute garbage. Because you ask them, what did hum mean? And they'll give you the meaning. And then you say, I need you to repeat that. They can't repeat it.
Right.
It has been proven that speaking in tongues, it's an art form, but it's sitting on some bullshit.
Right. It's like scat.
They lose no credibility. No credibility.
None.
That's the fucked up shit.
The thing is, too, they gain credibility, right?
Oh, yeah.
So part of the reason I feel like I've had to call this out is because I feel, and this is the thing, like I actually don't believe that like every single person needs to quit being a Christian tomorrow. But here's the thing. I think if you're going to love, support me,
it would help.
It would help. It would help a great deal. But I do think if you're going to love and support me, you got to understand that I'm trying to make sense of the world as an atheist, and what I see is I don't have representation, and I don't have policies favoring me, and the Republicards are off there saying openly that they're voting for Herschel Walker because he's the candidate that is for God or whatever. And my alternative was Raphael Warnock, who's an actual preacher. And it put me in a situation I don't like, because I tell people all the time, I'm not really, I'm a progressive. I don't think Warnock is the guy. I'm an atheist, and I don't even live in Georgia. But since Herschel Walker is such a threat to democracy, I am sending, I donate to Warnock probably 3 times, right? Going into his primary and general and then in the runoff.
How fucked up is that?
Right. Like, I've got to literally send money to a preacher to counteract this man who threatens women into having abortions, right? Just
because he's the less crazy
of the 2 options.
Yeah, exactly.
And then only thing I was going to add real quick is just that in his case, because he was a senator who, for whatever reason, was the key guy in 2 national elections. Like, a Senate seat rarely matters in American history that much, right? And it's rarely that one person in that one seat. So that was historic for black politics, if you will. The same way it's historic for black politics to have the first black female Supreme Court justice. And in both cases, as soon as they get their moment to do their acceptance speech, mind you, there's supposed to be some sort of federal separation of church and state, and you now have the full backing of your civic political office behind you. Their acceptance speeches are always, and God, this is a great day for the glory of God, and you all have the wonderful power of Jesus Christ moving in you. And then they'll be like, well, and even if you're not into that religious language, well, then your monkey ass should have started there. Well, then but they don't. Like, it's cool to grant it. And what I'm telling my mother is, like, what do you think that says to black non-believers and little black kids who might grow up to be non-believers? It's like, we can't even have these moments. These are the moments we can finally step out of the shadow of, to be a black leader, you got to be all up in the church, right? MLK, Martin, all of them, Malcolm, sorry, they were all in the damn church, right? And it's like, now we finally get to step out, and we got to bring that damn Bible with us everywhere that we go. It's like a damn change.
I do give Judge Brown credit. I did not hear the speech after, but while she's being grilled by all the fuck-faced Republicans. I think it was Lindsey Graham that asked her some questions about her faith, and I was very pleased with her answer. And like, she needs my fucking permission.
Sure. No, but she did. And I want to say this too. She did a phenomenal job. She was amazing. That was the only thing that bothered me. And it's just an example, because that tone in those moments always bothers me. The same way when Al Sharpton came out with the family after, maybe it was George Floyd's family or whatever, after the verdict or whatever, right? And his first, this is a victory for God. No, his black ass not getting shot would have been a victory for God. Exactly. And so it's just, but yeah, I should say that, because I don't want people to think I'm hating on her. I think she's done everything 10 out of 10, home run hitter.
Absolutely.
But it just speaks to what's in our culture and how deep it's in us. Right? That even in those moments, we don't feel comfortable just stepping aside and let's get on with the America Blase and the Glavinoids about democracy, right? And then you can celebrate in your church this coming Sunday. Like, we don't have that in us yet, that this isn't the time and place for that.
I don't think you and I will ever be alive to see that moment. Because, I mean, I still get on the top 5 responses when people find out I'm an atheist. On the top 5, it's, but you're black. And I'm like, but because it's, and again, I got to quote noted historian and philosopher Chris Rock. If you are black and a Christian in this country, you have a very short memory. And he's absolutely, positively correct. Being black in this country and being a Christian walk hand in fucking hand like shrimp and grits, like gumbo and rice. It's just the way the shit goes down. Right. And the moment one of us steps up and says, I'm not about that life, there's that extra added burden of what the fuck. And it's one of my favorite BuzzFeed videos. They've got black people don't do, and some of them are funny, like black people don't do camping. Some of them are very serious, like black people don't do mental health. And one of them was black people don't do atheism.
Yeah.
And she was, I'd probably say, late 50s, early 60s. And for whatever reason, it was her response that got me the hardest. And it was like, yo, black people know. Black people know there's a God. I mean, how could we get here if not? Blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, you're old enough to be my mom. That means you saw this shit worse than what I saw, and I saw it bad.
Right.
And you're still going to sit here. And again, never mind the fact that your evidence does not lead to a proof of a God. No, just no.
Absolutely.
But for whatever reason, just her answer hit me the hardest.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh no, black people know there's a God. I mean, how can we get this far? Blah, 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 blah. And like, how can we get this far?
Overcome more than a conqueror. All of this.
Yeah. I gotta let my dogs out real fast.
Yeah. No, this is perfect because I want to wax on this. You'll be able to hear us?
Yeah. There was a lady at work, and my running joke at work, because I was a ranted insomniac. True story. While I was in Breckenridge, Colorado, I had vaginal rejuvenation.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I did. Yeah, the exact same technology and equipment used for vaginal rejuvenation cures insomnia and sleep apnea. So I tell people all the time, like, I had vaginal rejuvenation. Yeah. And now I sleep. And I do. Now I get 7+ hours of sleep a night. Right? It's fucking fantastic. And one lady, I told her, and she was like, it's a miracle from God. I was like, it's called a medical advancement. No, that was a miracle. That was a miracle. And you're like, no, the miracle would be me not needing it. me having a fantastic relationship with sleep from day one.
Right.
It's like the lady who sat there and she almost died, and her father said some magical incantation, and now, you know, you can't tell me there's not a God. The exact same God that apparently delivered you from that disease was the exact same God that watched you fucking suffer. You can't have it both ways. But
right.
Yeah, I'll be able to hear you. I gotta let these little.
Oh yeah, absolutely
out.
Amazing. All right, yeah. So Tawny brought up a great question that speaks to this. Given the history of Christianity and slavery, yeah, you want to turn your mic off, I guess your camera off real quick, Uncle Bobby or whatever. No worries. All right, so hang on, gang, one sec. Let me do a little bit of technological stuff here. I actually like the setup we have going with Restream, where I can actually share the screen with you guys and highlight comments. That wasn't giving us the audio problem, but I closed it out sort of. Sometimes when we start hearing a sound thing, you just start closing stuff, especially if you're in the middle of a show. All right, so we want, one sec, we want this. We want Uncle Bobby over here. We want this here. Then we're going to share this screen. Put that up there. Good to go. All right, so I want to answer this question, and then we'll kind of take the waxing from there. Let me go back to I'm over here. Okay. Let me go back to carousel view. Boom, y'all can see us. We're linked up and gathered. We're chilling. We're in the cafe. That's the pin link. All right. So the one thing I want to say in response to, let me go find this question real quick. The really important one. Damn, this chat is on fire today. All right, so Tawny basically asked, how does, given the history of slavery and Christianity, how did the church becomes so central to black people. And, you know, you could write dissertations on this, and I haven't. I did write a paper on part of this when I was in college, and it's something that hasn't come up in a long time and is relevant to today's conversation. So first off, I absolutely agree with everything Uncle Bobby said. And the way I would always say it is the difference is that it always felt like if you were white and you decide you don't want to be a Christian or religious anymore, it's an intellectual decision. You were just stating, my mind no longer, you know, accepts the proposed truths of this beliefs. But in our community, it's like, oh no, a good black man is serious about his relationship with the Lord. So you're sort of, in the minds of many people, stepping so outside of what is just considered an acceptable way to be. And I think a big part of that is the history of racism and exclusion. If you are people who are a generation or you know, so let's say, you know, a few generations at most removed from slavery, and you're still dealing with an incredibly racist world, you don't have a lot of institutional access. So climbing up the social hierarchy, getting status and stuff like that as a doctor, lawyer, public school teacher, football coach, you know, those type of options, a pharmacist, they're few far in between or not to be had at all. But everybody could participate in the church. And so the church was the one place where you could, you know, become an usher, get on the choir, get you something that made you feel like you were somebody in the community, like you had some value, like your name meant something, your family meant something. And then there was the participation, like not everybody could participate in the political process, but everybody could sing at church. So the paper I wrote on, there's a documentary, God damn it, what's the name of that damn documentary? It's about basically the songs of the civil rights movement, but a lot of them are gospel songs that are just remixed to be about freedom. So you would take a song, Woke Up With My Mind, Stayed on Jesus, and it would just be Stayed on Freedom. No, it was this damn, what is this damn documentary? Civil rights music. I don't know. What is this? Freedom songs, Let Freedom Sing. Nope. I'll figure it out. I'll let you guys know. But the point being here, right, is that just that simple of a thing. And by the way, I think there was a long history of that. I think slaves were probably singing songs about freedom, and then Master came around. When Master was in earshot, they became songs about Jesus. Master went away, and they were songs about freedom again. But that obviously...
Slave songs were a coded language.
Right.
As were our dances.
So I think that's where a lot of that history gets tied up. Even something like... Watch night, right? A lot of churches don't celebrate New Year's Eve. They celebrate watch night because you're from Texas, right? You're supposed to know about, you know. Well, y'all got the short end of the stick, right? Where they didn't. Y'all wasn't free all the way.
Yeah, I mean it's all some bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm over here, but my blood pressure is getting higher.
But you probably heard about watch night, right? Well, you know what watch night service is.
Absolutely.
So instead of having a New Year's Eve party, you're actually in church. You have a service, probably starts 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and then you're literally in church praising the Lord as the calendar turns. And that's supposed to be honoring, you know, the slaves being freed, you know, at January 1st of whenever that law went into effect, which is, of course, sitting on some bullshit too. But anyway, it's that deep. And so it's really unfortunate because Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, you know, all of the people that were serious leaders in our community were often pastors. Even in New Jersey, like to be a pastor at a large black church is inherently a political job. It means you are a political agent. Your church is somewhere the preacher. And even my mentorship, people know I'm a big Cory Booker guy. I met Cory Booker when I was like 11 or 12. I've been a mentee of his ever since. That was a big deal for me. There was somebody who was just celebrated for being a lawyer, a community organizer. Yep. He wasn't, necessarily celebrated for being on that tip. So it's hard for us to find non-religious role models in the black community because of that attachment. Almost impossible.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and that makes it harder to speak out against. Some of the people in our audience are like former SDAs and Jehovah's Witnesses, and Pentecostalism is deep in my family, so it gets pretty extreme.
I've got a friend who's a current Pentecostal, and she has told me some of the most fucked up ass stories I've ever heard. Pentecostal-based abuse.
Oh, yeah, it's wild.
And she still will not say that she's not Pentecostal. The last time I played Texas A&M was November of 1995. They would pump in the Aggie War Hymn during practice Monday through Wednesday, because back then, Sunday through Wednesday, because back then those games were on Thanksgiving Day.
Wow.
And when you would hear the goddamn war hymn, holy shit, you went nuts. I don't care if I win, I lose. I just want to hurt you. I hate that fucking song. I'm 50 years old, and if you play the Aggie war hymn, I'm going to start twitching. Now that's a football game. The abuse that this person suffered and their family members suffered through, and this person still calls himself a Pentecostal. They can't break free from that. And it's like, that conditioning runs deep. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I know. I think I told you that Austin is a hub for the children of God, otherwise known as the Family International. One of the two biggest cults the world, not the United States, the world has ever seen. And if you're going to look it up, I highly recommend you do it without eating. But their Jesus was David Berg. And Jesus would make you do the most.
Oh, we were talking about them last night. We did a look up. Theremin Trees did a video about them.
Yeah,
we reviewed that.
I know lots of them.
Really?
And yeah,
guys, you're talking about real. Like baby child stuff. Let's just say stuff in groups.
Fucked up.
Yeah,
real fucked up. The overwhelming majority of the ones that I know still believe in God, still identify as Christian. It's like you were in a hut with Jesus. Jesus made you do X, Y, and Z while your parents were watching and cheering it on. You're still a Christian.
You're still a Christian. You're still a Christian.
And it just shows how deep that shit goes. Just like, I bet you know some. I know I am not one of them, but I totally see it. I know atheists who will tell you, I don't believe in God, but still stay awake nights shitting on themselves because they think they're going to go to hell. And it's like that conditioning just runs so deep. And again, you can sit up there and you can talk like someone just hit you on the back of the head with a baseball bat. Instead of saying you need medical help, instead you get the title of personal advisor, spiritual advisor to the President of the United States. Jesus can diddle your booty hole in front of your parents. You escape and you still say, I'm a Christian. I mean, that conditioning runs so goddamn deep. But again, you, me, and other atheists, when we speak out, we're the buttholes for saying, you know what, you're better than that. Well, Robert, I deserve to be tortured forever. No, you don't. No, you do not.
Right? No, you don't.
But we're the buttholes for saying, yeah, absolutely.
I was even thinking
we'll
of it.
Be pissing in a box fan on that one.
In the sense that they seem to overlook, like you always say, there's no such thing as this curse on the world called sin. But their God, their religion is constantly cursing people. Yet, yeah, you're right. I just turned 36. They don't mind that, right? So the 4-letter words are, too much for the sensitive Christian ears, right? But the curses on the world, these people are cursed, those people are cursed, a pox upon their house, they're good with that. That's good.
Oh yeah.
It's just too. It's too much. I think it really. I think it's diagnosable as a form of a pathology. It's just a pathology that's so common. We've basically been forced into saying it's good to go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, there's no way. There is no way. If I had a kid, and if you even said, hey, Uncle Bobby, do me a favor. Go tell your daughter I said she ain't shit. Before I close my computer screen, I would say, Bundy, you better be glad I cannot touch you.
Right.
Who the fuck do you think you are saying that about my kid? But every Sunday, that's what we do. We put our kids in a building. It's like, aren't you glad? I mean, you're so fucked up. Aren't you glad that someone hurt their kid for you? That's how fucked up you are. And when you don't say that, and I've told Christians, I'm not that bad. They look at me like I'm crazy. Well, you don't need a savior? No. I don't. Because I haven't done anything wrong. And then you get, well, have you ever told a lie? And it's like, grow up. There's this thing called being a human. You weigh your good against your bad. Now, have I lied? Yeah, I have. But with people who really know me, they will tell you, he tells the truth way too much. Sometimes we wish he would lie. Right. He uses truth like his father. Like it's a blunt force object. Right. out here in the world, we take our good and we weigh it against our bad, and that's how you judge somebody. But yeah, it is a pathology that has been 100% accepted. That when you stand up and say, I'm not diseased, mainly because this curse doesn't exist. Grow the fuck up. There's no boil, but in trouble. There's no Stegan witches. This isn't, fucking Clash of the Titans. Grow up. There's no sin. There's no curse on the world. I'm okay. And you know what? More importantly, so are you. And that pathology runs so deep. When you tell people, no, trust me, you are fine. You know what they say? I'm fucked up. I deserve to be tortured. Now, where's that blood? Blood is delicious. When you tell people you're okay, there's nothing wrong with you, the first thing they'll tell you is, no, I'm a bad person. I'm horrible. I'm like, dude, can I get a price check on self-esteem, please? Price check on self-esteem. That's how far that runs deep. It's just fucking terrible.
Yeah, it really is. I'm super grateful for this conversation, man. It's been super fun.
Absolutely,
what do you have,
always is.
What do you have coming up this week, man? Do you know?
This week, just get ready to go back to Louisiana. I'm going to do a show tomorrow on how fucked up Christianity is, because that's what I normally do.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit and I'm going to chill.
So you're traveling.
I saw some videos this morning.
You're traveling home for the holidays?
I am.
That's sweet. So
there
what's
will be
ritual?
no gin and truth this weekend, just a bunch of pictures. Oh, so in Louisiana, Christmas Eve, it's the ritual of coon and yams. So I will be basically eating the Officer Tatum, Diamond and Silk, and Candace Owen, Jesse Lee Peterson. So my uncle goes and shoots a whole bunch of raccoons, and it's basically a casserole, for lack of a better term.
Oh, it's literally raccoon.
Coon and yams. Yeah, the shit's delicious. Look it up.
Coon
That's what I was raised on.
and yams. Oh, that is some southern stuff.
People think I'm joking when I say I have called, all of us. When you ask your grandmother, Momo, what's for dinner? You hear a loud noise and she says, that? I'm not joking. The number of times you hear a gunshot, you hear something hit the ground, you realize your dinner has just been secured. I've been eating coon and yams since I was a kid.
Wow.
The morning you wake up, your aunt tries to kill you with food. And now that I'm a grown-ass man, I always take a bottle of Texas liquor home. And me and my aunt sit and we get fucked up. I mean, fucked up. So Friday, for those of you who follow me on Twitter, at RCReed40, do the right thing. If you've noticed, Christmas Eve tweets are a little bit different.
Okay.
I'm sitting in the living room with an 80-year-old black woman, and she's getting fucked up, and I'm getting fucked up.
Nice.
So,
yeah. So then we won't. Let's. I'm assuming we won't be here next week. I'll be here next week, but you'll be in a different.
You don't want me.
reality.
You do not want me.
Yeah.
You do not want me to dial in on Sunday. You know what, Bundy, man? Fuck everyone. Man, let me tell you something about you, motherfucker.
Oh man, groundhog is better than raccoon. Groundhog is grass fed. Some of y'all eat some stuff, man. Bobby's Roadkill Cafe.
I'm looking right at it. You're goddamn right.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
It's delicious.
Wow.
Yeah, in Louisiana, if it bleeds, we'll eat it. So yeah, it's gonna be all right.
That's amazing. All right, man, I appreciate you. You know, we're mostly in the other gather most of the week, so that's probably where we'll be tonight watching the game or whatever. But if you want to hang out at some point, that's where we'll be. But yeah, thanks for hopping in the cafe.
I will be listening, as always, while I'm out with my dogs and getting ready for tomorrow. But this show is always fun.
Thank you so much. I love doing this with you, and enjoy your week off. Enjoy your holiday, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right, gang. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Later on.
Peace.
All right, everybody. If you're not already, please make sure you subscribe to Gin and Truth on YouTube. The link is in the description. Oh, that was fun. We got This makes sense. We got Uncle Bobby with the communion and the redeems, and we, for the first time, I tried to use Gather and sort of restream like we used to at the same time. So it's really fun to kind of have these both going. I need another screen, but we'll be okay. I'm gonna close out this portion of the Black Block with that Anna or the minute of that Anna Kasparian. So let's hear this, and I think this kind of sums up where a lot of us are with this stuff.
So these comments might be strong, but it's how I genuinely feel. I don't care that you're a Christian. I don't care what the Bible says. Like, I feel like it's a clown show, like sitting here trying to decipher what your little mythical book has to say about these very real political.
And guys, I don't have it on screen just because we're still live on Uncle Bobby's channel, so we're doing this Uncle Bobby style. So here we go.
Issues, right? I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care. I don't believe in it. And I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
Amazing. That was so fun. All right, guys, we're going to hit the end screen. So here's what you'll see. You'll see the end screen for the Blackout. That'll allow me to end the Blackout officially on Uncle Bobby's channels. Then you'll see the start screen for Hot Program, and we'll start up Hot Program and get my one black friend in here. Thank you guys so much. This was a super, super fun episode of the Blackout. We have a lot of new viewers, a lot of new subs. I really am excited that you guys got to see Uncle Bobby. And really, please do subscribe. The link is down below in the description. And as you guys know, we've got another show coming up for you. If you're watching on Gin and Truth on YouTube and you'd like to check out Hot Program with myself and my one black friend, come on over to Pocket Locker 86. Or you can check us out on the Hot Program or my One Black Friends channel. But yeah, come on over to Pocket Locker 86, and we'll be live for Hot Program right after this. Thank you all so much. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless y'all. We'll see you for Hot Program.
Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. It's bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses when you got time for no excuse. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad at shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. Young nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zone. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never changed out my niggas from potters. Honest, I've been feeling golly. You get in my way, then you leave me no option. Niggas thinking this a race, till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost, then we pull off in a race. Competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you.
It's no competition. You niggas be lying about how you be feeling. Saying you Jordan, you not even Pippen. Or Rodman when he was with Pistons. You blondie, you lying about all of your visions. Your paper be short like some midgets. I used to step out and just worry about digits. And now I just focus my visions. I had to distance myself from some people cause they just be holding you back. I wasted some time, I never get back. Like why I do that? You niggas be bitching, it's just to be seen and put on the map. I only know some niggas who know how to spin up a check and get it right back.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell the homie stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition.
Gamer boy, gamer boy, gamer boy, gamer boy.
Zach. Oh.
Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. It's bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses when you got time for no excuse. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit.
Welcome everybody to another edition of Hot Program. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast, and I am joined by a man who usually sends me an introduction, a man who needs no introduction. How you doing today, my one black friend?
I am well. I am nestled warm in my home in California. I don't know if you can see behind me. There's just a slight hint of a fire in my fireplace with many logs in it, which are not bursting into flames.
Victory, 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 victory.
Victory.
It's logs from Africa right now. Logs from Africa right now. Not burning. Don't they know my ancestors probably were the ones who invented charcoal so they could smelt, and yet these things will not.
Angels have even dispatched from Africa right now.
Man,
Africa right now. Africa right now.
Right now.
Africa right now.
That's right.
I love how Africa is so specific. Why does that woman? Why did she say that? Africa right now? Africa right now. I'm like,
why does she
what's
say
going on in
anything
Africa
she
right
says?
now?
Yes.
Look, that's what you get for being iconic. People will question the iconic things you do. I may never know the honor that is, encapsulated in that. I don't know.
So so one of the things I literally just I know what we needed to settle this thing about Derek. So the reason I didn't tell you I was going to be on Mythvision is because I didn't know. Derek literally just called me and he was like, last night, he was like, hey, do you want to do a live? And I was like, yeah, sure. And we were live for probably about 90 minutes later. So at that point, I was like, it'll just be a nice surprise for everyone.
Agreed.
But yeah, you texted me this morning. Whoa, what happened?
I'm watching YouTube last night because I was on the East Coast. I'm going back to the East Coast, but I'm just here this weekend. And I was like, wait, that looks like Jay Bundy. Or is that G-Man? Is that like a young G-Man? Or is it? And then I click on it and it's you. And I'm going, I would have supported him.
This is a big deal. This is a thing. We should. Yeah.
Well, you told me you didn't know any more than I did until the time was there where you had to be a part of Mythvision, but that's okay.
Absolutely.
Because we here are Mythvision fans. So bravo.
Yes.
Good time.
Yeah, it was really fun. And we're actually going to do a course, I think, in the spring. I think we're going to try to do 2 courses, actually. And Derek has an affiliate program for that. So hopefully we'll do some more. And I'm hoping to get you on there and James and Jim.
In your course? In your course?
No, just on Mythvision. On Mythvision.
All right. Well, yeah. I need to prepare some remarks because the most interesting thing I think I have to talk about in the realm of Mythvision topics would be why I think Revelation was written before the Gospel.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Now that's. Oh man, you might have some of the scholars going in on that one.
You know what? I'll say this. There was what was that podcast? It was so popular. It was one of those debate things, and the guy stole the other guy's money. I forget what it was called. But they had Bart Lamborel on there, and they had Digital Hammurabi and what's that Egyptologist's name? I don't recall. Maggie Bryson, listening to his thoughts on why he thought that Abraham might have met Hammurabi. And they sort of took apart the book that he read, talked about the evidence that he presented, what was good, what was bad. And I said to myself, I could appreciate that sort of scrutiny because look, if I'm right, they can prove they know about evidences I don't. If I'm wrong or half right, I think the criticism that they give or even contributions that they offer can help get me the way there. It could only be a positive thing. So, I wouldn't be ashamed to be the first person in human history to be wrong about the Bible. As you know, many believers already are.
But you think this is a thing like that Revelation was written before John, and you've read both closely and think it holds up. And
I'll tell you, I really am someone who is off the beaten path, because I think John was the first gospel written.
Okay.
I think John was the first. Like I've told you before, it seems to me that Revelation was a pre-existing document that was added to.
Right.
And Jesus and John the Baptist, allegedly cousins, if you read the scriptures, were early, either Jesus started it or John started it. And at some point in time, John looked at Jesus and said, "You must be the guy." Or Jesus said about himself. We see it today, right? Some cult leader says, I'm the second incarnation of Christ. Here I am. Make me a sandwich. And so I think at the time, that's what happened. In the Gospels, right? When John the Baptist is born, what? It says, like, go publish this. I'm going to say far and wide. I don't think that's the precise language. Go publish this. And then in the nativity of Jesus, when the wise men show up, we saw his star in the east. Why do people think that's like a star in the sky? I don't, because I've said this before on the program. So forgive me, everyone, for hearing this another time. No, a star, an angel, and a messenger use the same word. Now, does it make sense if messengers went out announcing the birth of John the Baptist? Like John is Elijah, right? John didn't seem to think so, if you pay attention to the Bible, but Jesus did. If they're announcing the birth of Elijah, then who must come after Elijah? The Messiah, right? Or another prophet. So when they show up at Jesus's birth site, we heard his star in the east. We followed him. So you would follow a guy. If these wise men met somebody and said, so wait a second, if I heard you right, you said, Elijah is coming to the world, or they're telling about this miraculous birth, and they make up their own minds that it must be Elijah. So they want to go pay tribute to the Messiah because they know it must be a child in that area. The slaughter of the innocents, we don't have that on the record anywhere else but the Bible. Right? It's just
didn't happen.
Again, it's people trying to make Jesus more interesting. To me, the only way you'll get me based on evidence that's on the table, right? Widely known. The only way you'll get me to agree there was a historical Jesus is if he was a con man. It's a multi-tiered system. Jesus was a con man. Revelation was written before the Gospels, and on sort of a smaller standing, I would say John was the first gospel. Because I think
so. So you're willing to accept that maybe Mark was first, but then that's a mythical. You're in mythicism at that point. To you,
if Mark is first, I'm a mythicist. If Luke is first, I'm a mythicist. If Matthew is first, I'm a mythicist.
Really? Can you untangle that a little bit there?
Sure. Those stories lean more heavily on, I would say, like Zechariah, Zephaniah, Malachi. They're pulling from those things. Like, there's just a bunch of places where I disagree with scholars, like the two donkeys that Jesus rides into town on. I think that's a Samuel reference. I think the writer is trying to give us a twofer. Yes, there is one of the prophets that says he will come, you'll see him lowly riding on an ass, a donkey, the foal of an ass or something like that. Sure, there's that. But back in Samuel, they're looking for two donkeys, and they meet someone who says, oh yeah, those are safe. Don't worry about those. Mm-hmm. Also in that story, I think it's in Kings or 2 Kings. And I can look that up for you. That's why I said I should prepare all this so I can give chapter and verse, and I'm not just someone talking. But there's the talk about not taking the place of high status in a room. Like, don't try to sit at the highest table, sit at a lowly table and be chosen to move forward in that. So that happens there. And then what does Jesus say? He's saying the same thing.
So you think it's full? Okay.
Well, look. I mean, to me, the writers of the Gospels, including especially John, none of these people were dummies. They were smart people. There's little things, right, we get wrong. Like scholars will say, oh, and I asked, you remember when I asked Derek, why did he think that, I forget what book it was written so late? I think he said in the 90s, CE, 90s Common Era. Because to me, when Jesus says he looks down at the buildings of the temple, these things will be thrown down. That's already a prophecy. He's not coming up with that on his own. There's no need for me to believe that the writers of Luke and Mark and Matthew are looking
wrote that after
back
the
in
destruction
time
of the
to something
temple.
that already exactly.
Okay.
Because how do you write the story about Jesus and not include the destruction of the temple, the physical temple?
Right.
Even as an aside, the temple was destroyed 60 years later, 51 years later, 40 years later. That afternoon, there's all these opportunities for them to say something, but they don't.
So you think it maybe legitimately just hadn't happened yet?
I think that's the case. Again, Jesus makes the most sense as a con man if he was real.
Oh, give me that. What's Jesus the con man? Why is that?
Jesus the con man.
We missed an opportunity for a stream title. I did the whole stream about that.
Well, he is allowing himself to be presented as the lone son of God, right? Son of the Hebrew God. He's allowing for that. He's allowing people to represent him that way.
Wow.
And if he is not truly that, he should say so. Right? Benny Hinn does not have magical effing powers that allows him to heal people.
Wow.
Neither do all these other cats. No, John of God. Nope, he doesn't. There's all these people who put themselves out there as being anointed by God. You know what? They're probably just using argan oil like me. They're no more anointed by God than I am with my argan oil in my greasy ass hair. It's just not true. They can say it's true, but it isn't. You remember, hold on. Jesus says he will send the comforter. Where's that at? Hold on.
Could you try again?
Okay, watch. Where does Jesus say he will send the comforter?
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Me neither. The Apple Watch has spoken.
That's amazing.
Doesn't understand. Don't worry. Most people don't understand.
Apple Watch is a great apologist.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand. You don't? I've got some time coming up, some time off. It's time off, but I'll be working probably every second day. Okay. I clicked on Bible Hub, which I don't care for. Bible Hub is a good place to look, but I just
don't like Bible Gateway.
Yeah, Bible Gateway.
Yeah, I'm a Bible Gateway guy
because Bible Hub is Bible. You know what's funny? Bible Hub breaks it up like I would break it up if I was teaching it to somebody. When I have to write procedures, I do like Bible Hub does.
We built the Bible Gateway into the Church of the Flying Man, like gather, but we're not. We're in the cafe right now. Yeah, over in the church there's like a Book of Myron that if you interact with it, it posts up. The Bible Gateway is really fun. Yeah.
Nice. So Jesus says in John 14:16. Let me try to get this in context. Okay. John 14:15 through 17. It goes like this. If ye love me, keep my commandments, and I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever. So there's another comforter, that he may abide with you forever. Even the Spirit of truth. So that's who that comforter is, the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he dwelleth within you, and shall be in you. So God, Jesus is going to ask God to send a comforter to be with them, which is the Spirit of truth. The world can't receive it.
And the world can't take it away.
Wow. What did he say? What did he say, people? The world can't receive it. That's right. And the world can't take it away. Amen. Amen.
That passage is right for a Pentecostal sermon.
If you're not familiar with largely black congregations, that's kind of how it goes. I'll even get a come on now. And then there's always a guy who says, like, say it, preacher. Yeah. And then another person who says, take your time now, take your time. And it's so funny. Like, wherever I've gone in this country, it's the same thing. Like, it's the same. I've made the joke, like, when people ask me what I do.
It's a pattern. They've seen somebody fill that role in another group, and so
it's just handed down again and again.
It's the handed down aesthetic.
Well said. Well said. So I have joked when people have asked me, like, what do? You travel a lot. I say, well, when Apple has a presentation or Tesla, I'm the person who goes, woo! So I get everybody else to clap.
Right. Yes. So one of the proudest moments in my life was I was at a Monday Night Raw taping, and my favorite wrestler, Shawn Michaels, HBK, came out, and I was the person I jumped the HBK chant so that I could have that feeling like I started the chant. I was the first. I jumped it. I was like HBK, and then everybody started chanting along with me. Because it totally wouldn't happen if I was there. If I wasn't there, that would have never happened.
Yeah,
he would have just
been enthusiastic.
But yeah, we do like that feeling, of course.
Yeah, is something supposed to happen?
Yeah.
Well, Pocket didn't cheer, so
yeah.
Go ahead.
You're good.
Well, in the Gospel of John, or is it Revelation? I forget. But God is a spirit, and is to be worshipped in spirit and in truth. I'm pretty sure that's in John. So here you go. Here's the Spirit of truth coming. That's supposed to be. Seems like it would be God Himself, maybe. So I don't know. It's one of those things where, to me, I can dip into Revelation and pull a lot of things out that are celebrated in the letters, the epistles, and in the Gospels. Like Revelation talk. Hold on a second. Let me try to give you this sentence, because a lot of people probably have wondered this
Morning
thing.
Slug. See Raya and Carrie Ann and AR. Appreciate all you guys. It's a big block of show on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
I think Wayne and Punk, a lot of people are lurking and stuff too. I think Cameron's working with clients and stuff. But yeah, we got a lot of new viewers. It's been crazy. Like, I think we have to do another stream, I guess either later or tomorrow, to celebrate 500 subs. We just did 400. I just did a stream to celebrate 400 subs yesterday.
For what? 400 subs for you?
Yeah, because I was at 375-ish for like weeks. And then after Derek, I got over 400. But then it's already over 500 now. So it's just been kind of insane.
Well, congratulations. I'm not finding this right now. See, this is what I mean. I need to prepare.
Yeah, you're good. All right, so let's get into kind of this thing about Christian denial, right? Because I think
that's going around.
Yeah. I experienced something kind of, I think soft culting is one of the things that I accuse of Christianity of having as a superpower. The idea that there's a lot of extremism that we associate with a cult. You have to move to a compound. You're restricted in your profession, who you can marry, on and on down the list. And so we think that if your group isn't doing those things, you're comfortable denying the fact that you're in a cult. So that's a whole conversation in and of itself. The mechanisms by which believers deny the fact that they are indeed an occult. But broadly, I just kind of wanted to touch on different mechanisms of denial and how to deal with them, because one of the things I saw was we have a lot of book burning going on, either literally or metaphorically. Literally, and then they're actually burning certain books and certain groups, but they're also having this sort of demanding books to be taken off the shelves of the library and, go to the school board and complain about trans books or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But what comes to mind is like when I've dealt with my family and even some of my friends from church and different people that like the believers in my life, what I feel like they're guilty of is more along the lines of denial. They're not going to burn a book or demand it be removed. They're not even going to try to tell me that I'm necessarily wrong about what I think. It's very frustrating. I often have Christians do that. They like concede things to me in a very kind of dismissive kind of way. Well, I know you always do your research and, you're usually, you're not going to say something like this unless you really, you know what you're talking about, But then when it's like, well, look, you should look into it, follow up for yourself. There's always the endless list of excuses. And so to me, you don't have to be the person burning a book to be willfully ignorant. All you have to do is say, I'm not going to look at that. I'm not going to read that. I'm too busy.
Yeah.
It's like the people like PineCreek and others in our community who deny or downplay sort of January 6th, but then they've got a million excuses why they're not watching the hearings. Oh, because the rest of us, first off, already knew this happened. We saw it happen in real time, and we're watching the hearings anyway. We're not any less busy than these other people. We just recognize when these type of historic thing happen, they tend to demand our attention, especially because most of us just want to make sure we're having a better understanding of what's going on. Mm-hmm. And so I'm trying to find new ways to challenge Christians, because I think ultimately it has to become personal. And I think this denial thing is something that really needs to get at, because somebody said it, I think it was a Theremin Trees video, but basically the idea of if you willingly ignore something or look away from something or turn the other cheek or something, or sorry, I don't know what the right phrase is, like, but like, not pay attention to something, you might not know that thing. You might be able to it gives you that plausible deniability, right? But you're no longer being honest about the situation. So yeah, you might still not understand X, Y, or Z, but you've been presented with the challenge. Somebody's tried to help you identify your area for growth, and in some sort of effort to literally hang on to your ignorance, you fail to meet the standard of what we expect from a reasonable adult. And we know people like this themselves know that that's the reasonable standard of what we expect from adults. It's what they expect from adults in any other area of their life. Go ahead.
Can I jump in? Okay.
Yeah.
So
I just wanted to set it up so you're good.
Sure. Thank you. I've mentioned this before. I deal with a Facebook troll. A couple other people deal with this guy too. He can't help but to post something that is ultimately hypocritical. He doesn't understand that that's what he's doing I take that back. He absolutely understands that's what he's doing. And I think to some degree, he hopes no one notices. He hopes that there are people who aren't smart enough to realize that he's not smart about what he's posting. I think we've heard about the gambler who keeps gambling until all their money's gone, thinking, I'm going to win. I'm going to be right. I'm going to win. I'm going to be right. I think there are these people like this individual I'm referring to. I think he has seen his ideas refuted so many times. And he's literally in his face, like, here's the proof that you're wrong. Or here's the proof that you're wrong. Or here's the proof that you're wrong. That he's just throwing anything and everything out now, right? It's scorched earth. And he doesn't care. I've mentioned this to him, like, you have to care about what you post. Like, you need to start caring about this, because there are people, and I think I even use the term more stupid than you are, who will believe what you're saying, even though it's wrong. And they won't bother to read a refutation that I present or that someone else present, and they have no more investment in it than you. And he always has something nasty to reply back, thinking he's more clever than me, which is really probably the dumbest thing I've ever seen him do, is to think he was more clever than me. Like, you just know, on his best day, he's not. On a day when I do nothing but sleep because I had COVID or something like that, he's still not more clever. So I do believe there are those people who, in their faith, as the evidence for it being the reality of their religion being true is diminishing, their faith inversely increases because it has to. It's survival. They want to go on and preserve the beauty that they find in their faith, be that the community, be that the sweet feeling they might get when they utter a prayer. I have an aunt, her solution to everything is, y'all need to pray. Now, she doesn't say that because she has no idea what to do practically, right? She needed money for something, and she called me, and I wasn't available. So she called my brother. He sent her the money, and then he told me what she needed, and I sent her more, right? So I don't know if she prayed, but I do notice she didn't just call on God if she had prayed. She called on me, she called on my brother, and she got more than she asked for. Probably from him, too. I know I sent way more than she asked for. So if she is a person of faith and she prayed to God first, look what the Lord gave her. She didn't get exactly what she wanted. For me, she got 10 times what she asked for. My brother does better than me, although he's a strange one sometimes. So she probably got exactly what she asked for from him. But but he could have gave way more than I did. He could have gave 100 times more than she asked for. So it's one of those things where that, if she did pray, is confirmation of her prayer. I've often wondered how churches divvy up the prayer requests. Do they have people in their community that can actually, if someone needs their light bill paid, who can pay it? Needs the car note paid? Who pays it? Someone just pays it. Oh, it's $316. I'll never miss it. And so they pay it. The prayer is answered, not by a God, but by the relationship that people have with God. If they contribute the car payment, they are serving. If they pay the rent, they are serving their God, right? God is using them as as his instrument. And oh, how wonderful must it be, right, for God to function that way. That person now is invested more in the community because they will start relating, if they haven't already, things that occur in their life to that, connecting that dot. And I feel like saying to people who are like that, come with me. Let me take you to Skid Row in Los Angeles, where the homelessness will shock you, where you can't walk down the street without a mask because the smell of urine and feces is so pungent. Right? What's God doing for them? Yeah, is this how he represents himself? Let's go to a children's hospital. Those little kids have done nothing wrong. As the Bible would say in the New Testament, though, they must have been born with a lot of sin. No, there must be very sinful people, and that's why they have this problem. No, it could be environmental factors, genetics, abuse, bad luck, things of that nature. It needn't be anything harsh than that. And I've challenged believers who said, well, this is so God would be glorified. And I would say, how evil do you have to be to make someone else suffer so other people can admire you when you fix it?
And then not fix it.
Look, if somebody, some kid at St. Jude's has leukemia, right? Some 9-year-old kid that has leukemia, and St. Jude successfully treats that kid who's been prayed over by maybe hundreds of people from their home church, right? God gets the victory. Someone like me says, why would God ever put a child through that? Why? How could he be good if he does this willingly? It's one thing if God shows up to fix it and God didn't cause it, but Proverbs would have me believe that God determines all the steps that people take on this earth.
Right.
If that is true, God is a monster. Nothing less. I've said it before. If that is true, every rape, murder, theft, every crime of any kind, person feeling lonely, hopeless, all of that is the result of God playing a game with the human race. Every tiger that eats a human baby from some tribe, it's God. Every rhinoceros that stomps someone to death, that's God. People who take a swallow of water and end up drowning because it goes down the wrong pipe, God. Every squirrel taken from a nest and eaten by a cat, my neighbor's cat, God.
Right. So Uriah said he thinks these arguments are kind of weak because Christians can use Christianese to explain these things away. And this gets to kind of one of the things I've been kind of realizing lately is I think we try to make a distinction between run-of-the-mill Christians, pew fillers, as I like to call them, and sort of the apologist. And I think they're all apologists because they may not all be getting the apologetics from the internet, but they do get it from the pulpit because they're right. So that's kind of what we're here to talk about, right? Is the fact that these are such simple, obvious facts. There's no way this character is not monstrous. So I think we kind of know they can use the Christianese to explain it away. So I guess the question is, how do we prepare for that, right? Because I think we've
sure,
yeah, maybe that's the question.
Okay. I think to some degree you could use the Socratic method because they're going to run out of scriptures real fast. Most will, right? Because they don't really know the Bible at all. They know a few memorable things cited in church. I myself, my brain indexes things. It indexes facts. I couldn't tell you where it is precisely in the Bible, but I remember what was said, so I go to it. I use Google, right? Or yes. I use the dictionary that's within whatever Bible app I have to go to something, like I just did it for Revelation 2:19. So I think what you have to do is I can't see Uriah's comment because I don't think I have this set up properly.
Oh, it's all right. You can probably see him if you pull him up on your channel. If you pull the stream up on your channel, yeah.
You're pretending to know that I know what I'm doing.
But yeah, no, we'll get it set up for next time or something. But
okay, yeah. So Uriah,
Uriah said that they regurgitate the apologist.
Okay, so Uriah, please forgive me, Pocket Locker. Please keep responding, okay? Because I want to suss out what you're saying. So okay, they keep replying in Christianese. You've stated, which I can't. I thought I got a notification on my.
Also, yeah, check out James Apperson's link in the description.
So what you have to do is ask another question about the information they've given you. So they may cite another scripture, okay? And again, use their answer as your next question. When I was learning like how to counsel people, this was something they said, and it blew my mind how effective this was at helping someone reason through their behavior or their fear or whatever it was. It was really remarkable. But it was just a Socratic method, which I didn't know it was called that at the time. So if you ask, well, why do good things happen to bad people? Well, God says my rain falls on the just and the unjust. And you can ask, what does that mean? And they could say simply that there are, for those people who need the rain, like a farmer, right? They get the rain and it's wonderful. And maybe that farmer becomes wealthy because they've had a successful crop, right? But if that farmer is a bad person, that's an opportunity for them to gouge with prices and make more money and just abuse the general public. The streets would be cleaned as a result of the rain, if it was paved. There's all sorts of things they could make up, and then you just come on in there. Well, that's and you in a way you call it what it is, but that's a reference to rain. It's a metaphor for sure. I get it, but how is that practical in my daily life? How can I use that to my advantage or to cope with life as it is? And they'll probably just keep giving you scriptures. Direct the conversation towards the answer you want to get them to admit to. Yeah. Which is typically, go ahead, Pocket Locker.
And I was just going to say they also said that they have a whole thing about suffering, and they have a deceptive explanations of this, right? And that's kind of what you're getting at, where they can retort to metaphor when helpful.
Let's go directly there. Yeah. Let's go directly there. Uriah, the example I gave of the children in the children's hospital, other people suffering around the world, right? I've seen the meme. That I made the meme actually, where there's a famous portrait of a child in Ethiopia that's huddled over, and this kid is starving to death. And nearby, there's a buzzard just a few feet away from this child. And I put, God answers prayers. Sometimes he says no. So this child needs food, right? This child, if the photographer who ended up committing suicide, this is a Pulitzer Prize winning photo. If the photographer
and they committed suicide,
yes, out of guilt
for sitting there taking it and
just the observer
not being able to do anything,
could have stepped in, could have adopted this child, right?
Yeah,
and he could have had a job at Kmart and could have fed this child for life and raised that child, and that child could be a productive member of whatever society.
Right.
Could have sent that child back home after it became an adult. If it's too rough there, you come back here.
Right.
Right. Could have saved the life of this child and others. But that wasn't his duty. Yeah. He felt, well, my picture will bring awareness to this problem. He's right. If that was his thinking, it worked. It brought a hell of a lot of awareness. But Uriah, for the people of faith, you then can pose to them, what about this? Why did God say no to this child or the people praying for this child? What did God need with this soul? Why couldn't that child grow up and be happy in abundance? Why did God say no to that child? And I'm sure you might get back, well, Jesus said, love the poor, you will always have them. But why is that? Why will we always have poor? Christianity calls people to give everything they have, give up everything they have. But we don't see Christians doing that. And then you could ask, would you do that? Would you give up everything you had? Give it to the poor, sell it and give the money to the poor and go follow Jesus? There are simple questions like that, Uriah, where...
And would it even be a good thing?
I'm borrowing a response, a term that I heard someone use last month. Oh, it was this month. An institutional response. One of the most powerful terms I've ever heard, because it is utterly lacking in compassion as I hear an institutional response. So I think a lot of times, Uriah, what you will get and what I will get and Pocket Locker and our other viewers will get is an institutional response from Christians about these difficult
100%.
questions that we ask. Well, this is the party line. This is what we've learned to say. Doesn't mean that it's right? It doesn't mean it's the best course of action, but it's what they know.
Absolutely.
It's their coping mechanism. I believe it's their coping mechanism in the face of something that's very difficult for them to tackle. They need the answer they give you to be sufficient to maybe even make you go away. It's unlikely unsatisfactory answers will convert you. So I think that's where you want to drive the conversation to the questions that are hard for them to answer rather than allowing them to keep everything hard for you to answer.
I agree. I think that's a really effective thing. Something I've been really reflecting on in my family even is that a lot of times I think we have an opportunity to have conversations with people of faith in our life, and I think we should. And I think we're going to see disappointment, right? Because, and this was sort of a difficult thing, even talking to my mom, like realizing I'm so versed in counter apologetics, and she doesn't even realize when she's doing apologetics. So you're going to have these conversations, and your friend is going to give you all sorts of bad arguments. But I really think that shows us that for a lot of them, this is genuinely the first time they've ever talked about their faith. And this is hard for me to admit this about people in my own life, but I have people in my life that have been Christians for 60, 70, 80 years.
Or they thought they were.
They thought they were, right? And then it's like you finally...
I don't say that to be mean. I say that to be honest. They thought they were.
Yeah, they've never really thought about these critical issues. And literally you have to remember, they might be all about Jesus, but and it seems to us they must be deep in that Bible. They must be all about the life. They must be always thinking about God and these bigger questions. And then you're going to realize, you essentially are trying to have a PhD level conversation with somebody who has a primary school understanding of these issues. It's literally, you're going to be coming from the perspective of, I watch Mythvision podcasts with Dr. Bart Ehrman and Kip Davis and Josh Bowen and on and on and on, the whole gang. And then they're going to be on the Sunday school tip.
Yeah.
That's going to be the reality of the situation. Right. But I still think it's an amazing opportunity. If we could look past that, it's going to be uncomfortable. Know that that's going to come out, and you don't know what's going to come out. That's why it's information finding. You don't know what particular hook they're on, what particular argument they might fall back to when challenged. You need to know that because that's how you figure out where they're at. But yeah, you just like I was in my family. Like I don't think they ever talked about it. Right, because I think when my mom grew up, it was probably, from what I understand, it's like church, everything, blah, 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 blah. There's no way she was even going to speak up about her thoughts, challenges, doubts, whatever. And then I think for her, when she raised me, it was just do it different. Like she just thought, raise me in like a better Christian household that sort of corrects for the things she didn't like about the way she was raised. Right. But then you just repeat the same pattern. And so I don't think anybody ever, I highly doubt they ever sat across a damn dinner table and talked about the authenticity of the Gospels or any of these things. Like there's never, right? You know what I'm saying? So the life is faith, 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 but everybody's amen and hallelujahing. And they've never probably actually sat down and thought, oh, well, what do I believe? How would I explain my beliefs to somebody? Really interesting.
Well, you have Matt Dillahunty famously would quote 1 Peter 3:15, which is a verse about being able to tell other people about your faith. So if you know that and you ask and they don't have an answer, like Trump, when he was asked that, he clearly didn't have an answer. Look, I recognize that he was bullshitting. But there are people who understood when he said, like, it's a private matter. Faith is very personal and private. He's still right. but he's failing to do the Christian thing, which is not to conceal your reasons. He doesn't have reasons, but it's to truly share with the other people. Here's why I believe that, even though you may be persecuted for it.
Yeah.
You just say it, just come out with it. So, it's one of those things where I'm glad you understand it may be difficult for your mom and other people to process these thoughts.
Yeah.
I think we all need to realize it may be difficult. Again, I'm repeating myself, but I'll have to say it. If they start to agree with us, they give up heaven. They give up a God that can do anything. They give up Jesus, who gave his own life, right? A divine being gave his own life for their sin.
Just for me.
My nephew would sing, Jesus is on the mainland. And I'm sitting there like, all right, nephew. Only he was like 5, so it didn't sound like that. But he would be singing that song, and I would be sitting there listening, thinking, I don't think that's necessarily the case, but whatever. I don't know. I'm someone whose family has a prayer line, so I'm from a deeply religious stock, if you will. So I think the best we can do, and you too, Uriah, is have compassion. And maybe that's something you want to say when you have these discussions.
All right, so hang on. Here's a thing from Uriah. He said, both my parents were coming off bad breakups and they fled into the church and met. My mother had a soulmate before my father who up and left her. And my father had a girlfriend who aborted their kid without telling him. It devastated him when he found out. They pick the path that was the opposite of the things that just hurt them. Yeah, so quickly, I wouldn't even touch on that. Like, it's hard for me dealing with my family because, my grandmother's so important to our family, and she didn't know her father, right? And so I always feel like that, there's a lot of people with that kind of story, and I just kind of remember that too, whereas, like, imagine not knowing a father, and then you're introduced to the ultimate father again with, sacrifice for
that's
you.
That's the title,
and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Is I want to talk to my parents, but I don't want to hurt them. They're old. Yeah. I think that's what a lot of us deal with. And I want to distinguish two things here. I think there's a social threat and a natural threat. The natural threat is they're not going to be around forever. To me, I flip that into motivation to actually have the conversation. Because number one, since our time is limited, I want them to get to know, I want to relate to them as who I really am. And I feel like I would love to see whatever I can see. If I can see some more acceptance, that would be amazing. If I could see it doesn't have to be, they realize they're like, oh yeah, my faith is stupid, I'm no longer a Christian. That'd be great. But, even just more acceptance, even just more understanding, a different type of conversation. I would love something as simple as to be able to talk about my work, right? To me, it could be something that practical. It could be, I'm an evolutionary biologist. I'd like to be able to discuss my research without worrying that y'all are going to trip. And at the same time, I feel like I'm running out of time for them to grow. That's sort of the natural threat. The social threat is when people kind of hit you with you're going to need them and they're not going to be around forever, almost in a way that discourages you from coming forward. That's hard to deal with, and it took me a long time to recognize that as a threat. Mm-hmm. But around here, I'm trying to be the bridge for a lot of people in the community that encourages them or helps them talk to their family and friends about their atheism. I try to do it myself so that I'm not a hypocrite in that regard. But you'll certainly find a lot of other content creators out there that will tell you, not to. Or don't, or you're not the right person to do it, and all this other stuff. certainly understand that perspective. So I don't judge anybody. So I just want people to know I'm always encouraging people to do it, but I don't want people to ever think that means I don't understand why a lot of people don't.
Well, I think for you and Uriah and anyone else who's facing this with aging parents, like my mom is aging. I have a neighbor across the street. She's a deist. She's 86 or 87 years old. She and I, we enjoy talking about religion. My mom, though, because her perspective is comfortable for her. A woman who's been in a wheelchair 20 plus years, lives alone, used to be more active, took care of everybody else. Now she's having wounds that won't close, things like that. Seeing a doctor every other week, having to be taken there, not by one of her children, but by some van that comes and shows up. We pay for it, but we just don't. I have one brother that lives in that community that can help her, and he's like the hardest working person on the planet. So he does when he has time, but when he doesn't, the van has to come and get her. God and the Hallmark Channel are her rocks.
Right.
If you took away the Hallmark Channel, she'd probably be an atheist because she'd have to think about it more.
Right.
But I would say for your aging parents, Jay, and your aging parents, Uriah, the best things to talk about just aren't religion. There's so much history that you have with those loved ones that has nothing to do with religion. So it may be your worst move to spend a lot of time discussing religion. Now, as far as you being a non-believer, if you are, Uriah, as far as you being a non-believer, all they need to have, I guess, from me on the outside looking in, right, at all of you, is the perspective that you are not a religious person. You still love them. You still care. They mean a lot to you. And you can make completely new memories that have, nothing to do with a church or a Christ or a God or a hell. Because really, the best things aren't religion.
Right. But that's the part that takes work, because for some people, that's just a path they have. For others, that's a path that has to be created. Like I was in a situation where that path has to be created because it was such a dominant framework. It's, you can smell the Jesus in the air when you walk in the door.
Smell it. Is that Jesus?
So and that's what they don't see, right? That there's a lot of people in the family who have just stayed away or kept their engagement very, very limited. Now that hurts them. But at some point, again, you're running out of time to be honest with yourself. And then the other thing is, it just depends. Like in my family, I don't give them any of those passes. Why? Because like my grandfather's still preaching. So again, he's not too old to sit up on Saturday night for a couple hours, pouring through the scriptures, preparing his sermon. So he's perfectly capable of sound mind, and also he's just a disappointing person in some regards. Everybody has their character flaws, and so I'm not a person who feels the need to hold my family in some sort of weird high regard. Like at some point they're just, there's been a lot of disappointment there, right? So I would love to be in a relationship that moves past that, but it's just going to take some work. Some people, it might not, right? You just got to let it go. But for other people, you might have to work because they're not used to relating to the world or anybody in it without that. And I just can't take that. Like I'm totally Jesus intolerant at this point because it's too much, right? I shouldn't have to look at that. That's just me. Like I'm a person who I don't want to, a lot of people know how I feel, but I'm the type of person, I don't want to see that type of stuff when I come home. I don't want to be asked to pray. I don't want people praying around me, because I don't think it's okay for them to just keep getting this pass. Like I think about it if I was LGBT or something like that. and you could come from a family that doesn't accept that, like mine was coming up, and to just sit around and try to worship a God that is the problem with the way our loved one is treated in their face, and then ask them to turn the other look. I'm not comfortable doing that or asking other people to do that anymore, because that's what I feel like I'm asking a person to do. Just set yourself aside so that these other people in your family can be comfortable. And I just think at some point the burden has to shift. At some point, the burden has they've got to because if we never, like, when do they get the chance? Like, you know what I'm saying? At some point, somebody's got to give them the opportunity to grow too.
I think to some degree, this is going to sound weird, and if you ever make shorts of our videos, make this one. We have a responsibility, I think, as former non-believers. I'm sorry, as former believers.
Yeah,
we have a responsibility to instruct and correct believers. The message of Jesus, not Old Testament Jesus, not Jesus in the epistles, not Jesus in Revelation, but the Jesus of the Gospels. He spoke about the power of loving people as they are, accepting them as they are, even when they need something from you, even when they're asking you for your very life, you give it. So for the whatever group, specifically, I'll say LGBTQ, I hope I said that right, but for groups of that nature and that group, if you are a non-believer and you want to believe that man should not lie with man as he does with woman, or that couples that do should be stoned to death, that sort of thing, if that is your method of thinking, please understand it conflicts with the part where the guy with the long hair allegedly was telling everybody they got to love each other.
Right.
You have to love those people that you don't readily accept. You have to love them. I think there's great wisdom in that, because all of us, no matter where you come from, what your background is, what you believe or what you don't believe, everybody on this planet needs love. That's enhanced when we have what? Friends and people who understand us. That's enhanced when we have peers and friends and strangers who respect us. But to have an attitude that's one of hatred, right? Hatred that the other person didn't even earn,
right?
By wronging you or wronging someone you know, right?
Right.
Where it doesn't even make the news anymore, right? They're just living their life.
So I have felt like,
go ahead.
Just quickly, that if any other book had that message in it, we'd be done with it. It would be a deal breaker. It would be totally unacceptable to associate with a novel that had that said that, unless you're teaching this as some sort of historical exercise. Yet somehow the Bible can't clear the hurdle of being true. And that's why I can't deal with the identity anymore. I think, I guess I think part of it is I feel for Christians. I really do empathize and sympathize with where they're coming from. But because of that, I've got to call them out on it. Because I know so few people are willing to, that I just, again, it's like me and Uncle Bobby say, or to put it to Wayne's point, he said he takes the Dillahunt approach, where he's not trying to challenge them directly, but he'll call out when the pastor's lying to them. I called out when the pastor's lying to them, and I got the pushback. So when
somebody knows, I'll say this: whoever was listening, there are people who were listening that know you're right.
What do you mean?
When you call out the pastor for lying, there are people who know you're right.
That
will overhear you. They will know you're right. And they will sit there and probably say nothing.
Right.
Ever. But what you're doing is you're putting a wedge where there was already a split.
Yeah.
You're putting a wedge in there. And every time they see that person lie, that wedge is driven deeper and deeper until the complete split occurs.
Yeah.
I'll give you a life example. I tend to be pretty good at these. So I'll give you two. Right now in my home, there's a bee. And I don't know where the bee is now. I suspect it's in this window to my right because I heard buzzing a little bit ago. It's loud when this bee flies. Last night it landed on my television when I was watching television. Before we started the podcast, it was on the curtain. Now, I would love to capture the bee because the bee is in my world. I don't want to smash it. I don't want to kill it. I don't want to crush it. I would love to capture the bee and take it outside and let it go. Right? That's where it can thrive. It can't thrive in here. It can sit trying to get out the window because the windows are clean and it looks like it can just fly away. But for something is stopping it, it can't do that, right? That's the person who realizes that their faith is in vain. They're in a place, the church, whatever the family unit that they have, because they are stuck in an environment that is truly not their own. They can't thrive. And it seems like they should be able to just go right off, but there's something in the way and they can see right through it, but it's still in the way. This bee may not understand what glass is. It may not understand what I am. So, okay, in my environment, it's surrounded by things that are foreign to it that it will not understand.
Right.
But what it does understand is how things used to be when it felt free. And there are those people who would have felt free in their faith, right?
Right.
But after they start to find out some more facts, that dries up. And they don't have it anymore. Now, how do you find freedom outside the window, right? What's beyond the glass? You know what's beyond there, but you don't know how to get to it anymore. And this bee will likely keep trying. And the curtains are mostly shut. There's a small opening in the curtains. And this bee may eventually fly out of there, but it is unlikely that the bee will just land on my back quietly as I walk out the door to go get some more firewood and then fly off. It's unlikely. For people watching and listening, you don't have that problem that the bee does. You can break the glass and walk right on through or fly. This is like the flying man thing. So yeah. Fly.
Yeah.
Secondly, I was speaking with my fiance this morning about my car. I have a 2008 Prius. It's the best car I've ever owned. It's not the fanciest. It's not the coolest. It's simply the best. I paid $4,000 for it. I put over 130,000 miles on the car in 6 years. I go away for long periods of time to work. When I do that, the car gets worse. Right? So I have someone that take the car around the block every 2 weeks when I'm out of town. That's not enough for the car. It's just sitting. The catalytic converter went bad. Just sitting. The battery pack, that's like the expensive one, that's $2,000 if you get a reconditioned one, it went bad. There's door locks that don't want to work every time. There are pieces that are broken. It has body damage, and I got it that way. And then somebody who wasn't very polite backed into it and drove off. So it has additional body damage. It gets 39.5 miles per gallon roughly. But I used to drive it when it would get 53. So its capacity, it's broken and it still gets that. So that's a testament to the engineers. And I have to drive up and down a mountain. Down the mountain makes it easy. Up the mountain for a 3-cylinder with no battery help, that's a bit of a challenge.
3-cylinder?
That's what my Prius is. Yeah, 3-cylinder. Yeah.
I know they made those.
It's powered by bees. There's a beehive connected. Maybe that's why that bee got in here and followed me out of my car. But you know, the simple fact is that I've had this for a long time, and it's been very reliable to me. I don't get out of it what I used to. See the metaphor with religion?
Right.
I had it for a long time, and the day came where I didn't get out of it what I used to. I still got something out of it. It's not that it isn't useful anymore, but I'm approaching the point where I'm going to start replacing things, and those are going to add up to probably around $5,000 for a car that cost me $4,000. So
Wow.
do I take that same money and replace it comparatively to religion? I can invest my time and my resources in something else that is newer and probably can serve me better.
Absolutely.
And do away with the old one altogether. I can junk it, right? Or I can give the car, which I plan to do, to my neighbor's son. He's a great guy with a lot of bad luck. It's still a good car. It does better than his Toyota Camry on mileage. And he has a 60-plus mile trip a day, I think. So, okay, he's using 2 gallons of gas, basically, as opposed to 5 or 6. Okay, so it's a good deal. So the faith that you give up, someone could readily use to believe in whatever you believed in, the way you believed in it, and enjoy it, even though, and literally the way you left it, that's still a plus for them. It's still a win for them. You know, the person that drank too much but found Jesus, if you will, and drinks less now is better off in some respects than he was before he found Jesus. He's trying to quit now. So instead of a whole bottle of, you know, gin or whiskey a day, he's down to just a cup or half a glass.
Right.
Can't let it all go.
Finally learning moderation.
Learning moderation. So for me, do I get the new car, if you will? Do I buy another used car? And then it comes to, I work in finance, so it's how I value things, which I was just talking with my doctor about this on Friday. My Prius, though it's a 2008, it's a $30,000 car. And because she was considering getting another car. So I said, why? Why do you want one? And she talked about similar reasons. She's starting to replace things, and she's got a 2014, and she makes quite a bit of money. And so she thought, oh, I like the new ones too. So maybe I'll get a new one, which looked like her old one pretty much. And I said, well, your old SUV is a $45,000 car. If you bought the same thing and it cost the same price, right? The new model.
Right.
She says, I don't understand you. I said, right now, the SUV you have is doing the job of the SUV you would replace it with. It's doing it every bit as good, but it's doing it. Like my Prius. I would get a new Camry if I were to buy a new car, the Camry Hybrid. This does everything that does, only the MPG is slightly worse.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and my watch is sorry. It doesn't do it in style. The new one does. My Prius smells like burgers and farts. The new one will, but it won't the day I get it. And so I have to decide, is it worth giving up the old for the new? Because there's a new cost for the new. I'm going to get $0 for my old Prius because I'm giving it away.
Right.
So I'm out with taxes, title, and license in the state of California. $30,000. I think I get a $2,500 rebate. Great. But I still got to pay the $30,000, before I get the rebate. So that's something to look at. There's a cost. When we walk away from whatever faith tradition, there's a cost to it.
Yeah.
Luckily, we might be able to. The cost isn't financial, right? If you were tithed, you now have that money to do with as you please. But the cost is the people that you may have to give up. You played in the band Pocket Locker. You still do.
Yeah.
There are those people who, I mean, there are people I still talk to that I used to go to church with because I love them.
Sure.
And I think the world of them. Well, church wasn't what bound us together. It is merely what brought us together.
Right.
And I think Uriah and the rest of everyone in Pocket Locker have to look at it that way. It was a nice way to meet some new people who are really wonderful, or people we've known a long time. You don't have to give those people up. You don't. So you could keep the cost extremely low. There will be those people, especially if you are a Jehovah's Witness, who will not associate with you anymore because they don't want to fall away, or there's community pressure not to. So yeah, that could be a cost.
I always just say it's not safe. You know, I was it kind of helped me to just acknowledge that, you know, that there's going to be those consequences. And it's like a lot of parts of adulting, you just deal with it. I almost think a lot of times people spend too much effort trying to, because apologists are going to apologize at the end of the day. So,
at the end of the day.
You know, I don't think there's a magic spell you can cast that's going to make it easy. You know, I think
there is. I disagree entirely.
What would that be?
You are not required to care, so just don't care.
Oh yeah, I mean that. Yes,
that is magic to go from a person who does care to a person who doesn't. The easiest way to get rid of someone who is proselytizing to you is to say something, that's a fascinating story, even if it's true. You say something like that to them, and they will feel that you are not a good person to talk to about what they're trying to sell you, even if it's true. Or like, look, that's nothing I want to discuss with you.
Right. I think.
Or hold on, one thing I just thought of. You can ask them. You know, if they say, hi, I'd love to share the story of Jesus Christ with you, you can ask them immediately, tell me something you don't want to talk about. And then when they give you that topic,
yeah, you recommended,
you can simply
that
say,
before. Yes.
Now you know how I feel. Have a good day.
That's funny. I think the thing that I think is interesting to ponder is if you almost might need to, because that's the thing I can't get around with some people. I have these conversations with Christians. At the end of the day, I think they don't care, right? There's part of them that's aware of so many of the problems in their faith, and then they don't care. Like they're ignoring it. Like if you haven't noticed the radicalization of the right and their explicit overtures towards Christian nationalism, you just don't care. If you haven't noticed that your faith is the source, like that, if you haven't noticed that the church is on the wrong side of every issue, when I see racist YouTubers, I'm like, Christian. You know, it's so easy. I see an anti-vaxxer, Christian, easy. Am I wrong? I'm not saying there never comes a time I'm wrong. I'm just saying if you're in the nature making predictions, this is the prediction to make, right? And to just not notice that at some point they don't care, and so you might have to go to a similar level of apathy to represent your side just as fervently. Go ahead.
I think passion is the way to go. When you can, it's like, I guess you go see a band, not like a famous band where it's Van Halen or Aerosmith or something, just a band. You go there and they're just, the guitarist is amazing, right? And then they have a guest guitarist come in the next time you go see that band, because whatever, the guy's got the flu or something like that. He can't make it. So they have a guest guitarist, and this guy makes the other guy seem like an amateur. They're like, holy crap, where did this dude come from? They're on another level. Right. On another level. Well, you thought you were what you heard was really great, but now it's like it's elevated. So I think this I guess this is the path I took. I chose to know more than I ever did, rather than simply throw my Bible on the ground and walk away, stomp on it and walk away. And it's fun to see people kind of have those lights turn on in their head. So for me, apathy wasn't the way. It was, no, because your Bible conflicts so much with its own self, let me tell you what it says elsewhere, and then you have to deal with that. I don't. I've made up my mind about it. Show me the new evidence, and I'm happy to hear it because I'll learn something, and I'm not scared to learn something. I've mentioned on Hot Program before, if there was a God, that beautiful question, if there was a God, and this God showed himself, and it was the God of the Bible, would I worship him? No. Below my standards. I don't have to do it. What if he threatened you? He already has. Right? I'm supposed to go to hell. I don't believe in Jesus.
All of it is a threat. The whole, I don't know. Why did it take me so long to realize this? But it's all a threat. And I don't know. I think this is like my social justice cause. I think.
Okay.
I really do feel like, in a sense, heathens. You bunch of heathens. It's like there's no place for us in their happy little kingdom. Not the one in the sky and not the one they're trying to create here on earth. And I feel like I need people to wake up because we need people on our side. And I want to fight this damn thing. I got beat over the head with God and religion. It was bad. And so, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of about it. Like I always tell people, I try to remind people, I'm a counter apologist. So my empathy and sympathy for the other side only goes so far, because at the end of the day, like my mom asked me, she was like, do you just want everyone to stop believing? It's like, yes. It's not what I demand. It's absolutely what I would like to see happen. It's just where I'm at.
There was a UFC fight on at a place where I had dinner last week. And there was this, maybe it wasn't UFC. It was one of these things where people beat the crap out of each other. And there's tons of people watching. There was this one fighter, she knocked somebody out. And then she jumped down on the mat. The referee is counting on the other side of her. This person is in the middle. And she's there kneeling in front of this person. Not in any vicious way, but in a way like she truly cared that this person was okay. The crowd is cheering. This was an amazing knockout. She was not, from what I could tell, focused on that crowd. She was concerned that she'd done permanent physical harm to someone, and that's not what she wanted. Winning, yes.
Wow.
Killing someone, no. Ruining their life, no. And I thought, I resonate with her. When I have these counter-apologetics conversations with people, I know there's an audience that's cheering, right? They might be cheering for the other person. They might be cheering for me. But I still got to care about that person that's in front of me.
Yeah, I remember growing up, my stepdad knocked a guy out in a karate tournament. He was like a 5th degree black belt or something. And he, the guy had a blood clot in the front of his brain, in the back of his brain. And I remember him going to we had to go visit the guy in the hospital. Just looking back on it, I think it spoke a lot to his character. But it's funny because I remember my mom really trying to get my stepdad on the Christian tip, but I don't really think he ever was, but I just think he was, a good person.
Yeah, we have human beings can have good character without a religious reason.
Yeah.
And that's the best reason to have it, just because that's who you are. You know, you have your own moral code and way that you want to conduct yourself and the way that you prefer others see you. But what's more important than all that is how you see yourself. Like what you do, how you truly can see yourself through doing what? Your good deeds, through being what? Who you are. You don't have to force anything. Just be you.
Yeah, I was also reminded of a story. So you talked about the photographer who, had the guilt over the girl. So there was a sociologist named Kevin Bales. He wrote a book. What's the book called? Disposable People. You guys can check that out. I'm sure it's a hot seller on Amazon. And it's about modern day slavery. You know, there's more slaves in today's world than at any point in human history. We just don't talk about it because we associate slavery with a particular type. So he tells the story of a girl that he interviews, and he, kind of gets her out of the situation so he can, tell her story, right? But he always breaks down, when he's doing his presentations, when he talks about having to basically like send her back, right? Because there's very strict conditions under which he's allowed to do his work, like the photographer. So he can't, remove this person from this situation, even though he's aware of just how horrible her situation is and exactly what she's going back to. And it always chokes me up when I hear him tell the story. But I think there's some of that in our own relationships with people, to where when you're talking to somebody, having conversations with them, and we know they're doing this hard thing, after that conversation, we have to be okay with the fact that they're going to still, at least right now, probably go back to that thing. They're not going to get it the first pass, and you're going to have to let them go back and keep going. Go ahead.
Well, I think literally I know Christians literally say they're slaves to Christ, or they can say that based on the Bible, right? Going back to Uriah's point, they can pull out a scripture that validates their argument. So yeah, they'll go right back to being a slave for Christ because that's what they want to be. Serving is how they get in. Let me go to this one scripture from Revelation. 2:9. Is it 19?
Derek, what's up? This is
19. Hey, Derek.
Derek, this is my one black friend. He's a requested guest here. He's got some interesting theories to potentially
Derek
share
already
on
knows.
Mythvision.
I told him that before, like when he was a guest on the show that comes up after a hot program, because I think we overran hot program time and kept talking. So Revelation chapter 2, I'll read you 18 and 19. To the angel of the church in Thyatira write, these are the words of the Son of God, whose eyes are like blazing fire and whose feet are like burnished bronze. This is the important part. I know your deeds, your love, and your faith, your servants and perseverance, and that you are doing more now than you did at the first. I think I'm looking at a translation that I didn't want to have, but it talks about in one of the translations, I think it's the King James, how the last is more important than the first, right?
Yes.
The works, not just your faith. They're more important than sorry, I just got a message. They're more important than just what you say you believe.
This is what Rebecca has kind of said, although she tries to say that that's not a gospel of works because you still need Jesus or whatever.
Well, that's who's speaking in this quote.
But
Jesus
did you know that she's back? That she's returned?
Is she?
Yes, she's back and worse than ever.
Worse than ever.
Yeah, her first stream back was, if you're anxious about the non-believers in your life dying, don't worry, you can still pray them on through, and God can include them. I know this teaching is forbidden in most denominations. And then it just the self-contradictions, talking out of both sides of her mouth, and just still not, to me, I hate to say this, but like, she has an atheist son. And
okay.
She just needs to get a clue that this is not, it's not a good deal for him. Like, this is, it's got to be frustrating.
Well, her atheist son is probably a very strong person.
I'm sure he's fine.
And is dealing with, like, hopefully. That's just what my mom does. Like, if she was let's say his mom was a championship bowler.
Right,
and he thought bowling was so lame. My mom's always like, everything's a bowling reference.
Right, yeah.
You know, all this stuff, and I just can't stand it. But my mom loves it. It does no harm for her to love bowling. And he might go sit when she's in a tournament and cheer her on while he's sitting there sipping a beer or something like that. Yeah, my mom sure knows how to be a holy roller. They're bowling and all her bowling jokes. I'm sure he takes that all in stride if that was the case, right?
Yeah.
So with her faith, he's strong enough to say, it's not what I believe, but I bet he loves his mother deeply and can smile at her and think, wow, she believes a dude walked on water.
But then it's like the topics, you know, she throws atheists under the bus. I mean, all the way under the bus. So it's weird. And I'm sure they navigate. I'm sure they have to, and they've figured it out. Mm-hmm. But it does kind of. But you know, it's no different than what a lot of us are dealing with. She just has a YouTube channel, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of our family members are Rebecca's. In their own way, right? And so she has a YouTube channel. She's back.
I'm lucky in my family. I don't get challenged because they all know better.
Yeah, that's how kind of my family is too. But it's kind of irritating, and they just avoid it altogether.
Yeah, don't challenge him on this stuff. He knows it better than you ever will. He's going to talk you out of it because he'll make you talk yourself out of it. So just don't bring it up. There's a hedge there. And that's, in my family, that's very much respected. And probably, I think that's the best anyone can hope for, other than it's just not important. You've already talked about it and you move on. It's not something you avoid talking about. It's something you don't need to discuss. Right. That's probably the sweetest spot to be in.
I think so, yeah. It's kind of the afterwards. But you know, like I said, you got to create that space, and then I think that's exactly probably where most of us would be happy to land, right? Where it's a respected difference, whatever you need to feel comfortable has been accommodated for, and it's an issue that doesn't necessarily need to be dealt with going forward. In some sense, it reminds me of some of the but it just depends. There has to sometimes be a reckoning first. That's where I'm at with, like, you know, people who are sitting on some nonsense about certain social issues. I'm willing to show them grace, but first I need to see some contrition. You know,
that's for you.
Yeah, that's for me. That's just for me.
That's for you.
But that's just on certain. That's on certain things I actually find to be problematic and harmful. But yeah.
I think what we all need to make peace with, believers and non-believers, is that everybody isn't going to see it our way. Even after we speak to them, no matter how much time you grant to them, and no matter how much you laugh and smile together, you will have your differences. And the relationship, the friendship, doesn't need to be about those differences. It can be about what you have in common, and you can celebrate that. And one day you might need those differences to be there, so you can ask that person, hey, how would you deal with this and this and this? My aunt, who's extremely religious, no matter what the issue, she would say, y'all need to pray about it. As I mentioned before, that is her way of dealing with every problem.
Yeah.
Unless the problem is small. If I called her up and I'd say, hey, can I Apple Pay you $200 to give to my mom? Sure. Do you want me to take her to the bank? If she wants to go to the bank, yeah, that'd be great. All right. No prayer necessary. There's no leaving it up to Jesus. No on her need to God. Needs to God. No prayer line. No family prayer line. Making sure that this gets put into the rotation. It's simply, well, I just have to put forth the effort.
Yeah, me. If you say that to me, I'm just not. You're just off my call list.
The prayer line.
Yeah, if that's where I'm getting, because again, I'm not here to. I'm honestly, I don't know if it's the bipolar or what, but I'm not here to be friends with everybody. I ain't here to be cool with everybody. And even in my own family, I'm not here to be close to everybody. If you don't get me, cool. But I'm probably going to lose interest in you. It's just like people, it's like when you outgrow an ex or, a particular group or something like that. We had our period. I'm thankful to what you contribute to my life, but I want people who are going to help me going forward, and I'm not. And again, like that's why I give people the opportunity, because I need to see who they are. If you're this person who grows, or you're trying to work with it, or you'll get with it, you'll figure it out, then we're good to go. Like, I don't think my dad's ever had an issue with it, or I think my mom, for the most part, is fine. There are those conversations. But if you're really the type of person who, at the end of the day, that I'm just, I think like my grandparents, like that's the point we're at. Like they have to fundamentally relate to me differently, because the truth is I just can't relate to them right now. And it's been the kind of thing where I'm not interested in talking to them that much. That's not me trying to be mean and be like, I hate them, I think they're bad people, I don't love them. It's just being honest about the fact that the motivation isn't there. I don't want to talk to people like that, right? It's a repulsive. You're not attractive to me. I think that's what Christians don't understand. I think it's boring. I think it's uninteresting. I think it's hateful, and I think their ignorance is willful. Like they're just, we're not on the same page about this type of stuff.
If I were to take your class, Pocket Locker, on the first day, I'm not on your level.
Sure.
After the first year, I'm still not on your level.
Right.
After maybe 12 or 14 years, I could be.
Right.
Right? There's even no guarantee of that. I could be. I might even eclipse you if I put in that kind of time.
Sure.
And I'm getting a hold of the best materials on the subject of, genetics and how these simulation programs work and things like that. I might write the definitive work on it someday, conceivably. But when I enter into that world, I am not on your level.
Sure.
It's the best thing I can do to help me actually learn what you have to teach me is realize that I'm a student and you are the teacher. You might learn something from me. You might, but that's not why I've come there.
Right.
I've come because you have the mind power.
Sure.
You have the understanding, and I'm looking to gain that understanding.
Yeah.
The best thing I can do is ask effective questions and keep my mouth shut when I'm not asking those questions.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I think that you got to know where people are at. Yeah. I think for me, it's just I just need to know that. Like if I see a person, they're trying, they're pretty much good to go. But I've just realized not everybody grows, and you're not obliged to be interested in everybody. You don't have to it's okay. You can outgrow people. You can not be interested in certain relationships. Like, hey, if I call somebody and I don't really feel what they have to say when I talk to them, I don't have to keep calling them. This stuff is torture to me. I don't think, like I said, it could be the way my brain works particularly different maybe than other people, but these type of identity type issues, they cut me really deeply. So they really affect me. And it's just at some point I just have to stop. Like I'm not a person who's gonna keep subjecting myself to uncomfortable experiences.
I don't recommend that you do.
Yeah. At some point I'm just gonna blame myself. It's like, you're the reason you keep experiencing this, right?
Well, look, you've said it yourself. The better decision is to just enjoy what you do in life. And you're going to get, 80, maybe 100 years on this planet?
Yeah, bet.
Well, technically, you're going to get all the years on this planet until it blows up. Then you're going to, your body, your elements that once made up you are going to get scattered. But anyway, until that happens, you're going to be here. But at the same time, your consciousness is going to be good for about 100 years, with what science knows now. So you eat the vitamins, your spinach, and you don't overdo this or that bad habit. That's about all you're going to get. And you should enjoy as much of it as possible. Don't work too little or too hard.
Sure.
Try to show up on time and really get the most out of everything you do. And if you can bring people that you're going to love or enjoy along with you, do it. Do that, because everything is more fun pretty much when it's shared. Most things are more fun when they're shared.
Yes. Wayne, sorry for your loss. And, I think that speaks to kind of what we're talking about here, that, if you feel like your family would ban you from visitation if they knew you were an atheist, I mean, I'll put it to you on both sides. It's a really good reason to not tell your family members you're an atheist. But it's also a really good reason to tell them. Because what I think is, just to be honest, I think Uncle Bobby was right about this is who we are. When I look at my family and I hear their challenge, their response to challenges to their faith, they want to look the other way. They don't want to read this. They just want to be left alone. They don't, that's who they are. And it's not pretty, but it's who they are. And no concession in this ugly world, to me, comes easy. There was a war fought to end slavery in this country. And the civil rights struggle still hasn't ended. People, protested in the streets over Black Lives Matter. Why isn't anybody protesting in the streets over Atheist Lives Matter? It's like, for some reason, I just think this part of a lot of our identity, and I guess because it goes up against the religion of people, which is a near and dear topic. It's a real sensitive subject. And then also because it puts us in many cases against the people that brought us up, right? So, when you struggle against racism, it's like us versus them, and all the us is your family and friends. They're with you on that, right? They're probably with you on wherever you identify in the class struggle or LGBT, all these other things, they're with you on it, right? But if it comes to atheism versus Christianity, all of a sudden, you and your sweet aunt are probably not on the same page. But I don't think we're ever going to get the type of world in which atheism is normalized to the point that it's considered totally unacceptable to not have your atheist family member on the visitation list because they're atheist, if we keep being quiet about our atheism. It's the unfortunate reality I think we're all faced with. Our silence is the very thing that perpetuates the need for our silence.
My aunt and I
again, and quickly, I just want to say not that that's the time for that conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But ideally, we would recognize this as a sort of impetus if we're going to reconsider this to do it early. I don't want to criticize somebody for not. Obviously, now is not the time, but you know what I mean in the bigger picture. Go ahead.
Well, for my aunt and I, we are, and I have many other cousins and things like that, and nieces and nephews. I'm lucky that I have their respect, even though we have a difference of opinions. They also have mine. That's why it still works. We're not disrespecting each other. We can have our fun, but it's not nasty. It's never nasty. My fiance, she's a believer. We have fun talking about religion. It's never nasty. I respect that she still believes in God and Jesus. And I find we aren't from the same country. I find the way that she believes, the things that she believes, I have an interest in that. Not because I want to adopt them, because I have an anthropological interest. Plus, she's my future wife. So I also want to, there's that part of me that wants to nurture her and take care of her and see that she has the space to be who she is uninterrupted, right? I don't need to change that about her any more than I need to change the religious views of my cousins or aunts or uncles. I think, and Wayne, you can speak to this far better than I can, and I'd appreciate it if you would. Can you tell me why you're afraid that they would shun you? There may be a very simple and plain reason, like if they were Jehovah's Witnesses, there's no question. Like that's what they're called to do. They're supposed to shun you. But maybe there's something else other than that, and I'd like to know if you're willing to share. I can't see the chat, Jay. I don't know where to look. So, but if you do see it,
who are you asking?
Wayne.
Okay, I'll see what he says. Yes, the cult of the flying man's a religion, and yes, the idea was it was founded deliberately with that idea in mind. The fact that religious groups like the Satanists were able to oppose things like, I don't know, days of prayer or, anti-abortion laws and things like that because it violated their religion. And it bothered us that as atheists, we couldn't say that. And so the idea was to start an atheist church with humanist values. So we could say, when you do fucked up shit, it goes against the core tenets of my religion of the flying man, which values humanism, science, and critical thinking. So, yes, it's a humanist church. All right, who is that? Somebody that does not need to be answered, I don't think. Although it might have been Derek because it's from Seattle. But yeah, we should wrap up because I have to go to my meeting at 5:30, and then I think I'm gonna probably come back and do something fun, maybe early in the evening. I'll try to get through church as quickly as I can, and then I'll have to do something to celebrate 500 plus subscribers. We need to mark all these milestones away, these little milestones along the way. And it's really interesting. Thank you so much again to Derek for
thanks everyone for tuning in
for the appearance yesterday. And
yes.
We have got over on Pocket Locker. We have over 160 or something new subs since then, and so it's weird because we're gonna have to celebrate 500 sub party today, but we did 400 subs yesterday.
You could. I'll tell you what, Pocket Locker.
This week, who knows?
Send me an image of your receipt at Subway, and I will reimburse you 100% the cost of your sub.
Oh,
a drink and some chips.
I get my subs from Jersey Giant, but I will.
You can go to Jersey Giant.
Thank you.
Send me a copy. Send me a photo of your receipt.
That.
You can get a large drink if you want.
Very kind of you.
And if you want to get like a cookie or some chips.
Thanks. I'm gonna get a giant sub on the house. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, so we'll try to do that. I'll do that right after church, sort of before the game. So maybe that'll be 7 p.m. Easternish or something like that.
And your timing is perfect. I have to pee. So
all right. So any closing thoughts?
And each other. No, I'm kidding. I would like to thank you all for tuning in and supporting us. It has been a really fantastic year. I'm glad this is off the ground. My itch to broadcast has been scratched. Thank you to Pocket Locker for doing the heavy lifting, and AR for being there for us, and our other mods that have come along on this journey with us. I very much appreciate you all. And Merry Atheistmas.
Merry Atheistmas. Will you be with us next week? Are you traveling to see family?
I am traveling. I will be out of the country, but I'm darn sure going to try.
Great.
And the Wi-Fi there is.
Well, let us know. I'll be covering.
I will.
So I know Jin and Truth won't be here, but I will be. So let me know. Either way, it's okay.
I'll let you know.
Happy Atheistmas to everybody. As always, be good to yourselves
and each other.
In the name of Darwin and Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens. Science bless you all. See you later. Poof.
See you.
Well, that was nice.
All right. Thanks, my one black friend. Yeah. I think he dipped. All right, cool. Hey, Wayne.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. Awesome. I need to run to a little boy's room. I'll be right back.
Yeah, do you?
And then I gotta sign on for the church.
Yeah, I'm gonna be over here just Van Negroing it up.
Feel you. That looks great, by the way.
I sure hope the client likes it, because his wife is really iffy on everything I do, but you know.
Victory, 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 victory. Strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory.
I think it looks nice. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be something that they're like, all right, we're willing to move on to the next step. You know? That's it. Also, I didn't want to step on the main stage while you guys were doing your show. I respect your space for your show with your one black friend.